To the show. We are live. Sweet. Okay. I think that the stuff has taken a rest, so I don't think I'm going to be spitting too much. Alright. So we got to fix this little part. And closing it tight upon entering the... And closing it tight upon entering... Okay. To the door, opening it. And closing it tight upon entering the one of many corridors. Okay, I need to go to the door, opening it, and closing it tight upon entering the one of many corridors of the hotel. Okay. With some help from posted direction on the walls. No. With some help from posted directions on the Oh wow, that's an old name. I saw your comments as of late. Hello, Insane Bardock, aka Discord VA from forever ago, and creator of Motherly Scootaloo, like, what would they be called? Like, a comic dub, I guess? Because it's technically a comic. Wow. That brings back some memories. With some help from posted directions on the walls. With some help from posted directions on... that might turn into a plosive, but yeah, we'll see. With some help from posted directions on the walls and fellow guests of the hotel, Sunset eventually found herself in the lobby where she immediately caught the smell of breakfast. She didn't care for the smell due to her strict diet of blood, but that didn't stop her from approaching the massive display of many breakfast dishes. Okay. Waffles, French toast, pancakes, many different cereals, muffins. It was all there. And given Sunset had been watching Twilight for a while, she knew what she had preferred for breakfast. Wow. I mean, it's a start. She thought to herself. This is a bit of a tricky line. It's a Tumblr dub. It's a Tumblr dub, but you'd be right too. Yep. Technically, it's kind of a comic, but it's more of a Ask Ponies kind of thing. Yeah, that would be because it's like asking Scootaloo and all the other characters questions. But wow, this is a blow. This is a freaking throwback. What year was that? Like 2016 when I first started? Wow. Long time no see. Oh, come on. I mean, it's a start. She thought to herself. This is a tough one. I mean, it's a start. She thought to herself. Okay, what was the other one sound like? I mean, it's a start. That one. Had preferred for breakfast. I mean, it's a start. Fine. She thought to herself. She approached the breakfast buffet and... No. She approached the breakfast buffet and grabbed a plate, stacking it with 3 pancakes, a couple apples. Didn't I already do this? I think so. Good to see you too, and I see you're busy with romance and MLP reading. Yeah, it's a dark romance. This is a Twiset that I wrote, and it's I mean, it's up on FimFiction if you want to read it. This is an EQG style reading, but it's in my own separate universe. Also, yeah, things have changed since, the last time we talked. I've got a better mic, I've got better quality, I've got, a better, setup, a better brain and more experience, Wow, it's been such a long time. She approached the breakfast buffet. Yes, I knew it. She approached the breakfast buffet and grabbed a plate, stacking it with... Okay, I'm gonna have to use that as scrap. This one. Stacking it with 3 pancakes. Okay. So now I need to zoom in a little bit so I can get better spacing here. Let's see if this works. She approached the breakfast buffet and grabbed a plate, stacking it with 3 pancakes, a couple apples, some syrup packets. Oh yeah, I remember this goddamn line. Oh, I hated this line. A proper and healthy breakfast. Oh, okay. Well, that was a nasty plosive, but okay. Some syrup packets, a glass of orange juice, a proper and a glass of orange juice. Oh man, this is gonna suck. some syrup packets, a glass of orange juice, a proper and a glass of orange juice, and a glass of orange. Yeah, I remember why I messed up right here. Let's go like that. Needs a little bit more space. My God, chair. Packets, and a glass of orange juice. Don't like that. All right, let's try that again. Right there. Packets, and a glass of orange juice. I mean, I can always adjust that if I need to later on. Okay, packet, some syrup packets, right there. That one is a gross plosive that I don't want to deal with, so we're just going to do this kind of thing. I didn't even go over this shit way back when. I just hit the record button and said, okay, good enough. Never edited my audio and those reactions or anything. Oh yeah, good song. But it's not a bad romance at all. It's actually a really good romance. It's just a dark story, which makes sense because it's what I'm known for. Technically. Pancakes, a couple apples, some syrup packets, and a glass of orange juice. A proper and healthy breakfast for her. Okay, stop for a minute. Bring that back just a little bit. Syrup packets, and a glass of orange juice. A proper and... Ew. Oh boy, it's just gonna be the day of plosives, isn't it? Orange juice. A proper and healthy breakfast for her girlfriend upstairs. That's fine. God damn it. Did I retake that? When did that hit? Stairs. Yeah, that hit. Hopefully I redid that anyways. A proper... Okay, I did redo it. There we go. A proper and healthy breakfast for her girlfriend upstairs. Given her abilities as a vampire, she managed to carry the entree... No. She managed to carry the entree back to the room with ease, opening the door and... Oh, hey, gotta get rid of those. Oh, I need to open the task manager just in case something likes to be a bitch. I mean, I don't know if I swore as much as I did back then, back when I was still, you know, starting out Sparrow, but... No, I didn't. I censored myself. I remember specifically on one of the Motherly Scootaloos. It was the one where she had her kid. I wanted to flipping rip the heads off of Upper Crust and Jet Set. I wanted to kill them. Because that was just wrong. Yeah, I remember I freaking, like said, I want to swear right now, but I freaking censored myself back then. Not anymore. Oh, the times have changed. Okay, what was I doing? She managed to carry the entree. No. She managed to carry the entree. Okay. What was I doing? Oh, I don't know. Looking for my brain, probably. Nothing wrong with that, but editing can be very tedious and a pain in the ass. Yes, indeed. I've done tons of it. As a vampire, she managed to carry the entree back to the room with ease, opening the... As a vampire, she managed to carry the entree back... Let me try this. Like, this is just the first step of my editing process. Normally, there's... Well, okay. There's, this step. Then there's the second step, which is adding the EQ. Third step, organizing and voice effects. And the final step, the mix. As you can see, I'm not a newbie anymore. Everyone wanted to hurt Chat's head up Christ. Also, I put in the comments on episode 2 as to why the audio was so bad. I saw it. It's fine, dude. We all struggle at the beginning. I struggled heavily. I had horrible... Whoa. I had horrible freaking, software. I was very limited on what I could do. Terrible audio quality. Yeah, you weren't alone in that regard. Given her abilities as a vampire, she managed to carry the entree back to the room with ease, opening the door and walking into the cool and wide room.
I remember what I was doing.
She grabbed the provided mini table for the plate balance and... She grabbed the provided mini...
Oh, this part.
She grabbed the provided mini table for the plate balanced in her right palm and gently placed the serving on the flat surface of the mini table. Jesus, was that a freaking tongue twister. Let's see here. Is this it? Given her abilities as a vampire, she managed to carry the entree back to the room with ease, opening the door and walking into... There we go. Delete. Plus, I think I was on a different computer when I reacted to Motherly School, if I remember correct. If I remember correct, I was. I was on the old computer before the hard drive went... Oh god, Audacity, don't even start with me, please, and thank you. It's doing the thing, isn't it? Or it's just going to be a slow poke. I don't know why it does this. I know one thing, I won't deal with it. Okay, you want to play this way? Okay, the computers just want to be a butt. Yeah, you better hurry it up, you stupid piece of shit. I used to do vinyl reads, so I understand how bad reading can get. Yeah. Especially when you're doing, like, hour-long readings, like... This one took me 40 minutes. The longest chapter of this story took me an hour and a half to flipping read raw. But that part's done. So we're happy. The second part, only 2 chapters, is an hour and a half long. It's probably the 2 almost longest chapters in the book. Story. Fuck. Same thing, but whatever. One of them is 7,000, another one's like 5.5 thousand. That'll be released on Valentine's Day. But I did get an idea. I was wondering if I could somehow figure out a way to maybe entice people. Hey, part 2's done. If you want to see it early, become a member of the channel. Like, just bribe people. Otherwise, you can wait until Valentine's Day for the full release. It doesn't matter. You can do whichever you want. Hey, Tsukishima K. We're working on Chapter 6 of Savior today, so this would be Part 3. Part 2 is currently privated. Cool and wide room. She grabbed the provided mini table for the plate balanced in her right palm and gently placed the serving on the flat surface of the mini table. Jesus. Sunset decided to make it a surprise, wanting to be the best girlfriend she could be. She approached the bed and gently leaned... God damn it. She approached the bed and gently leaned down... That's a nasty plosive. I did pause. What are you talking about? It is paused! Fuck. She approached the bed and... She approached... Right there. Sorry if I blow your eardrums out, by the way. But when I get mad, I get mad. It's on repeat, right? Yes. Okay, as long as it doesn't sound like it's clipping. She approached the bed... Okay, we're fine. She approached the bed and gently leaned down towards Twilight's open ear. Hey. No. Hey. That's right. This is the one where I had to get all lovey-dovey. This was really hard. It's open ear. Hey. She whispered gently. Twilight... She approached the bed. Bleh. Yeah. Yep. That's how it'll be sometimes. I've really... Like, back in the day, I used to just F-bomb every single time I'd fuck up. But nowadays, I've really learned how to tune that down. Because, one, I've got nieces who are, like, young. So I don't want to expose them to that, even though I'm really good at controlling my language around them. then there's just the fact, like, one thing that I learned when I collabed with Scribbler on a reading as the narrator was, don't, like, yell when recording, or don't yell during a recording session. Otherwise, you're just gonna hurt your voice and your performance is gonna be shit by the time you're done. Twilight expressed a smile with... Is that plosive? Twilight expressed... No. Twilight expressed a smile with her... blah, blah, blah. Twilight expressed a smile with her eyes still shut, ruffling in the sheets until she was... Blah, blah, blah. Twilight expressed a smile with her eyes still shut, ruffling in the sheets until she was flat on her back. She opened her eyes to Sunset and sleepily replied, "Hi. Hi." That one. Sunset was really hard to do. She's a really challenging voice for me. That's why I just do like a lower tone and Twilight a higher tone. Like my Twilight's just nasally, while Sunset is more down in like the raspy tones, but not, you know, deep. Like my Sunset is literally just like, what's a famous line by Sunset? Man, it's been so long. It has been so flippin' long. Ooh. I turned into a raging she-demon. No. What's my Sunset tone? I turned into a raging she-demon. It's like that, kind of. Maybe not just as low, but... Like, I'm trying to think of one where she's like, happy sunset. God damn it. Sunset knowledge is not good. I don't know. Hey, Twilight. Or, hey, Twilight. You know, like that. It's very low and kind of mono. I don't try to add any sort of like implication, like a nasally tone or a raspy tone to it. It's tough. Like, for me, Sunset would be hard to kind of turn into a girl voice, because I'd have to do an upper tone while also doing like a rasp underneath, because she's got a raspy tone to her voice, but she's also deep. God damn, is she tough. Lee replied, "Hi." She returned in the same way Sunset had delivered. Oh wow, that's a long pause. And there won't be no like reverberation or anything right there. Also, yeah, my voice has changed a lot since since reacting to Motherly School. I was just very pubescent back then. Well, I wouldn't say I was pubescent, but I was still young. Hi. And I'm still young, but she returned in the same way Sunset had delivered. Okay. I'll have to adjust that a little bit. Okay. Not that much, but maybe about that much. Sure. Hi. She returned in the same way Sunset had delivered. Alright, what are those? What is that? Sunset held her smile, leaning... Just back. Sunset had delivered. Sunset held her smile, leaning down and pecking Twilight on the lips. Her cold embrace mixing with Twilight's warmth. Come on, bitch. Twilight on the lips, her cold embrace mixing with Twilight's warmth like yin and yang's eternal rhythm. It was a quick embrace, but passionate enough to satisfy... Oy, oy, oy. My god, I swear, I was the same distance away from the microphone I am with every goddamn recording. I swear, this thing is subjective. Yeah, equalization. Also notice I have a pop filter now. I didn't back in that day. I just did what I had to do. It was a quick embrace, but passionate enough to satisfy both of them as Sunset pulled away. I've got a surprise for you. Oh, no. I've got a surprise for you. Sunset. I've got a surprise for you. Sunset teased. Okay. Twilight held her smile, uttering a soft and cute... Okay, that's fine. Whoa. What is up with the long pause, Sparrow? Well, then again, when you're recording, you don't really think about this. Okay, I need to bring that back more. Yep, back more. Well, you don't have to do the voices, just read it as well as you normally do. And yeah, your voice is very deep, so female voices are a bit difficult to do. Yeah, especially Pinkie Pie. Pinkie Pie is very ecstatic and very high pitch, so yeah. I'm glad in Silent Ponyville, when I did that one, that she's depressed the majority of the time. Because that would have been a nightmare. Cute. Sunset followed up, grabbing the mini table from the foot of the bed and presenting it to Twilight. Okay. Sunset, you didn't have to do that. Okay. Twilight commented. Well, too late, sweetheart. No. Well, too late, sweetheart. No. Well, too late, sweetheart. That's not bad. No. Well, too late, sweetheart. Nope, I like that one better. Setting the dish down on... I like this one better. Well, too late, sweetheart. Sounds more like Sunset, in my opinion. Well, too late, sweetheart. Like, it doesn't sound like Twilight, but... Or Twilight. It doesn't sound like Sunset, but you get my drift. It's not supposed to sound like Sunset. It's supposed to imply it's Sunset. Like, Sunset is just a character that I cannot do. So I just do my best to make it sound like, you know, she's a certain character. That's one thing I learned about narration is... Like, when I was going through the thing with Scribbler, not through the thing, but, you know, learning how to narrate with Scribbler, I learned a lot. Like, one thing that was really helpful was accents. One audiobook narrator that's pro stated, you don't need to match the accent perfectly. You just need to make it sound like an accent. It doesn't have to be perfect. You just have to make it kind of sound like it. If you can get close enough, it's good enough. Too late, sweetheart. Sunset joked, setting the dish down on Twilight's lap. Alright. Twilight giggled, looking up at Sunset with a blush and wide smile. This is so sweet. No. This is so sweet. Thank you. This is so sweet. Thank you. And one thing I've also learned, like that, like adding a giggle to something can also make a line like more effective. Wide smile. This is so sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Like that thank you better. Twilight said lowly, because it's not supposed to sound like she's like, thank you. Thank you. Like a generous one. This is so sweet. Thank you. Twilight said lowly. It's all out of love. It's all out of love. It's all out of love. That one. Because it sounds like she's teasing with her. It's all out of love. Sunset assured. Okay. Plus, I think it's only fair I repay you with something after taking some of your literal life supply. Okay, that's fine. Excessive personal flares make everything a little bit... Make everything a bit better. In my opinion, it makes it more immersive. Yeah, but only if the character has an accent. That's the thing. You gotta be careful of that. Like, southern accents, I can do no problemo. They're easy. Where I come from, southern accents are very, very common. So it's not anything alien to me. Now, something like a British accent, oh dear God, you're going to probably cringe if you're British. Like, how I see British accent is like this, you know, like that. Kind of like a Rarity-ish kind of thing, but a little not Rarity-ish. Sunset assured. Plus, I think it's only fair I repay you with something after taking some of your literal life supply. Fine. Twilight only continued to smile, to which Sunset returned with a smile of her own, watching as her love eyed the plate. Also, Insane Bardic, if you're still here, yeah, this is after a night of them doing the thing. So that's why they're so lovey-dovey. Sunset grew curious. Wait, what? Oh. Sunset grew curious. Yeah, I got a little confused. Okay, pull this back. Sunset grew curious. Is something wrong? Sunset questioned. There we go. Curious. Is something wrong? Sunset questioned. Not at all. Twilight assured. Nope. Not at all. Okay, that's fine. Like, I wasn't comfortable voicing the main six until... I think until after I did the narration thing with Scribbler. I grew more comfortable with it because of the fact... I don't know, it just became a natural thing. It felt more natural than anything else. Like, I'd voiced characters before, like the CMC. Like, some of my most, like, popular readings are me voicing characters. The CMC, what is that one? Can't Stand to Be Apart. That one has a ton of views. My most viewed video is a reaction. It blew up for some reason. I don't know. The YouTube algorithm is just that weird. Oh yeah, it's already saved, duh. But the most famous I don't know what the most famous reading is, but one of the most famous readings on the channel is Can't Stand to Be Apart. And in it, I voice the CMC. I have to, well, I voice Rainbow Dash for, like, one bit as well. I mean, there's one part where Sweebo kind of impersonates, or doesn't impersonate, does an impression of, like, Rarity. But what I did for their voices, like, okay, Apple Bloom's easy. She's Southern. For Sweetbell and Scoobloo, though, I just implied kind of a tone that matches their personalities. And, well, for Sweetbell, it's more of her tone because she's high-pitched. But for, like, Apple Bloom is really just kind of a higher Applejack. Like, Apple Bloom, or Applejack's down here in kind of this southern accent. Then there's, Apple Bloom, who's kind of more up here in this kind of an accent. That'll be 5 bits, sir. I don't know what the line is. What's a famous Apple Bloom line? I don't know. Oh, hello, girls. Something like that. I don't know. But Sweetie Belle is basically that tone, only without the southern accent. Like, what's a Sweetie Belle line that's very popular? Oh. Oh, come on! You know, like that. Oh god, that was loud. Ow, I'm sorry. Then Scoobloo is just downright rough because she's a, like a tomboy. So, it's like Dash. Dash for me, it used to be a rough, tough kind of voice, but then I started kind of, experimenting with it. I started to experiment with my voice, and I found a Dash voice that fits perfectly, and it actually does hurt my voice. Like, what's a popular Rainbow Dash line? It needs to be 20% cooler Rarity. You know, like that. Which is just kind of a voice, an intentional voice crack, and just kind of, I don't know, it's just something. Likely story. 4 bits. Something like that. I don't know. But yeah, Scootaloo. Scootaloo was just kind of down here in this kind of tone because I couldn't come up with a voice for her. So, that was literally just the voices I chose. Anyways. Not at all. Twilight assured. Okay. It's just that you chose the perfect combination of things I prefer for breakfast. How did you know? Oh boy. Sunset felt her smile fade. She was afraid of this question. Take. Well, I have a confession. Hang on, did I fuck up here? Oh shit, I need to go backwards. Sunset felt her smile fade. She was afraid of this question. Okay, that's fine. Well, I have a confession to make. Sunset stated, taking a seat on the edge of the bed. Twilight's smile shifted to a grin of curiosity and confusion. Okay. All right then. Twilight assured. Letting out a long breath, Sunset started to speak. Okay. Before all of this, my mother and I had suspected that the royals of my kind were planning to pull... Okay. My mother and I had suspected. I remember this part was a little tricky. Like I said, Sunset's a tricky voice for me. But once I get into it really well, it starts to become a lot more easier for me. Before all of this, my mother and I had suspected that the royals of my kind were planning to pull genocide against your kind. An action that we had seen as a crime, and according to our peace treaty with the humans, was a crime. One that could lead to a massive war. Okay. And we were right. And we were right. This fucking chair. If anything, this thing's my bane during the freaking recording sessions because, well, it's noisy, and I swear, I don't move an inch and it makes noise. Massive war. And we were right. Twilight's face fell to shock as Sunset continued to explain. I can always adjust that later on. About 1 week before our first meet at the party, a team my mom had formed in secret had started to notice a team my mom had formed in secret had started to notice a disturbance among your kind. Murders and disappearances made to look like human-caused crimes, but those against the royals could read between the lines. Okay. Slowly but surely. Let me get that out of there. That doesn't need to be in there. Lines. Alright. Slowly but actually, let me just do this. Boink. Narrating is a pain sometimes. It's a very big pain, but it's just a matter of practice, even though I never practice. It's a matter of practice and just getting it done. Like, you gotta train yourself how to, like, you know, enunciate and all that shit, but you just gotta be careful. Like, you just gotta teach yourself how to, you know, read very efficiently. Like, I've always been a good reader, so I'm pretty good at it, like, 80% of the time. But messing up, that's just being human. In the lines. There's no stopping that. Slowly but surely. Oh, it's a sunset line. Okay. I got a little confused there for a second. Lines. Slowly but surely, the royals were sending a message to a secret group that exists among your own people, the judges of the Bane. A message intending to spark a rise of chaos and literal hell on Earth. Okay. My mother and I intended to stop the madness before it began, by taking out those meaning to start it. Stop the madness before it began, by taking out those meaning to start it. Okay. Our peace with your kind is a very frayed line. Our peace with your kind is a very frayed line. But normally... Okay. Our peace with your kind is a very frayed line. But normally, if we just stay in line and follow the conditions forged in the treaty that two of our greatest vampire lords willingly agreed to, that line will remain uncrossed. The royals clearly don't want peace anymore. No. The royals clearly don't want peace anymore. So they're okay, bring that back. The royals clearly don't want peace anymore. So they're trying to force everyone into a battle that the majority can't win. Ouch. But why? Twilight asked. Okay, that's fine. Why would anyone want chaos intentionally? What's the line? What fun is it without a little bit of chaos? Sorry. All I can hear is Discord there. That's all I could hear, because he wants intentional chaos. God damn it. What fun is there in making sense? What fun is there in making sense? Twilight asked. Why would anyone want chaos intentionally? Yeah, that's fine. Because that's what they live for. Okay, a little too quick. So let's separate that just a little bit more. Boink. Chaos intentionally. Because that's what they live for. Oh, there goes my fan. That's alright. It does this. It's fine. Because that's what they live for. Intentionally. Because that's what they live for. Sunset confirmed. After my mom was killed, the team she had formed went silent, and it's only a matter of time before all of the killings start again. The only reason they've gone quiet is because of what happened that night when you unintentionally met me. Okay, put that back. intentionally met me. Alright, did I take a break here? However, before I intentionally met me. However, before I get to that, back to how I knew your breakfast choice. Part of how this all came to be is the fact that my mom's team members were tasked with watching certain areas. I was one of them. And given my more advanced abilities, I was tasked with watching areas. I was tasked with watching areas like your school, seeing it is practically a blood buffet. Okay, bring that back. And advanced abilities. I was tasked with watching areas like your school, seeing it is practically a blood buffet. Okay. That's how I met you for the first time. That's how I met you for the first time. Kind of. That's how I met you for the first time. Twilight was surprisingly intrigued with Sunset's explanation, but upon the mentioning of Sunset's last comment, her eyes bulged. Okay. It wasn't out of interest at first. Voltaire was the one that had taken interest in you, so I had to watch you more than anyone else for your safety. However, while watching you, I grew unexpectedly attracted to you, despite what I am. And that attraction, I suppose, led me to break the rules I was supposed to follow. Breaking the law, breaking the law. Oh, I'm terrible. Supposed to follow. I saw you leave that night. I saw you leave that night, and while I wasn't even supposed to go anywhere that supposed to follow. I saw you leave that night, and while I wasn't even supposed to go anywhere that night, I knew that What is that? Supposed to follow. I saw you leave that night, and while I wasn't even supposed to go anywhere that night, I knew that Voltaire was going to make his move, so I just dropped everything and flew after you. You know the majority of what already happened. You know the majority of what already happened, except the aftermath. Back. You know the majority of what already happened, except the aftermath. Alright. I had intended to only... Bring that back. The aftermath. I had intended to only blind him that night. Man, this is a lot of dialogue. Except the aftermath. I had intended to only blind him that night, not kill him in any way. But the snob forced... But the snob for... This was a hard line. Fought me in our... Kill him in any way. But the snob fought me in our flight to the point of where he lost his grip with me, falling to his demise at the force of a raging train. Completely beyond my power to prevent in time. Oh, completely beyond my power to prevent in time. Bring that back. Let's see what happens. Raging train. Completely beyond my power to prevent in time. And in the end, nearly cost me my own life. Okay. Twilight shivered at the memory of seeing the news the following day after... Twilight shivered at the memory of seeing the news the... Back. Twilight shivered at the memory of seeing the news the following day after being attacked by Voltaire. Okay. A train crash that had been a gory scene of carnage had occurred the previous night. What? A train crash that had been a gory scene of carnage that had occurred the previous night. Apparently I missed a word or something. A train crash that had been a gory scene of carnage that had occurred the previous night. And while she had an assumption that it had something to do with her encounter with Voltaire, she didn't know it was actually directly linked. She didn't know it was actually directly linked. I think... Didn't I redo this? I better double check. God. Yeah, I did redo that. She didn't know it was actually direct... She didn't know it was... She didn't know it actually was directly linked. She didn't know it actually was direct tier. She didn't know it actually was directly linked. Okay. She looked at Sunset. Noticing her cheery demeanor had died down to some... Noticing her cheery demeanor had died down to something more emotional. Bring that back. She looked at Sunset. Noticing her cheery demeanor had died down to something more emotional. And while she couldn't... And she could see why. It can't... down to something more emotional, and she could see why. It can't be an easy task to eliminate your own kind, despite your thoughts and their intentions.
Okay.
I'm sorry everything came to be like this, Sunset. Twilight sympathized. It sounds like your lifestyle is a very difficult one to live happily. But over the days we've been on this journey together, I've seen you change dramatically. I've seen you change dramatically. God damn it. I've seen you change dramatically.
Think I know what that is. What is this?
Sunset's Gate.
Okay. So let's bring this back a little bit more. Sure.
Dramatically. Sunset's gaze met Twilight's instantly upon that comment.
Fine.
You've grown stronger, warmer, and open to the world outside of your own.
Okay, push that out just a little more.
You've grown stronger, warmer, and open to the world outside of your own. You've grown stronger,
Bring that back.
You've grown stronger, warmer, and open to the world outside your own. And while humans and vampires will always be natural enemies, it doesn't matter to me. I know you've made me happier than I've been in a long time, and that is a feeling that will never go away.
Okay.
Twilight sat up, placing her right hand on Sunset's cheek, quickly being met with the cold touch of Sunset's own, pressing Twilight's warmth deeper into her icy flesh. Pressing Twilight's warmth into her icy fuck.
Pressing her hand deeper in her icy fuck. I think this is it. As far as it goes, you're doing really well on editing. Thank you.
Sunset's own. Pressing Twilight's warmth deeper.
Ooh.
Sunset's own. Pressing Twilight's warmth.
That sounds like just a little bit of a plosive, so let's get rid of that. Control R. Hey Sparrow, I sent you a message on Discord over that stuff you spoke earlier. Well, let's see what it is. Let's see here.
Yeah. I did the ritual basically today. But, well, I guess if I even told the chat, it wouldn't be like that big of a deal. Basically, I've got a canker sore, but my dad thinks it's a death wound. Quickly being met with the cold touch of Sunset's own, pressing Twilight's warmth deeper into her icy flesh. No. Pressing Twilight's...
Oh, man. Pressing Twilight. I'm just making sure if it's the same.
No, it's not. Of Sunset's own, pressing Twilight's warmth deeper into her icy flesh. A smile slowly started to form as Twilight finished.
Okay.
I'm happy you're here and for all you've done to keep me safe. And please know that I'd never take back any of the moments we've shared in our past.
Okay, hang on.
Twilight finished. I'm happy you're here and for all you've done to keep me safe. And please know that I'd never take back any of the moments we've shared in our past. And please know that I'd never take... And...
Well, I'm getting mad, so...
And...
So let's bring that back. Is this it?
And...
Yep.
And please know that I'd never take back any of the moments we've shared in the past days. They were some of the best days of my life. And I only want to make more memories with you.
And I'll remember your touch, making memories of us. Something like that.
I'm happy you're here and for all you've done to keep me safe. And please know that I'd never take back any of the moments we've shared in the past days. They were some of the best days of my life. And I only want to make more memories with you.
Well, considering Sunset's body is like as cold as ice, artsy, them fucking is an icy fuck, pretty much. It's like fire and ice having sex. Oh.
Sunset blushed as mild tears escaped her eyes.
Okay.
You really are something special, Twilight Sparkle. She stated nicely.
Okay.
If only every human could be more like you, then things like this wouldn't even be a problem.
Bring that back. Let's see here.
It's what I do. It's what I do. Twilight replied.
Okay, bring that back.
Even be a problem. It's what I do.
Okay.
Twilight replied jokingly.
Alright. Just back a little bit. See what this does.
Replied jokingly. Sunset giggled at the joking. Sunset giggled at the joke.
Okay. Bring this back. Wee.
Sunset giggled at the joking as she got up and turned away from Twilight.
Okay.
Eat up. Eat up.
That's what she said.
Sunset. Eat up. Sunset commanded nicely. I'm going to run back and get your new and improved wardrobe from Charlotte. I'm going to run back and get your new and improved wardrobe. I'm going to run back and get your new and improved wardrobe from Charlotte. After that, we need to get moving. We've stayed here too long, and with Moleskin's... We've stayed here too long, and with Moleskin... We need to get moving. We've stayed here too long, and with Moleskin's... We've stayed here too long... We've stayed here too long, and with Moleskin closing in, it's best we cover a lot of ground before sunset tonight.
No pun intended.
Okay. Okay. But in return, I want you to...
Okay.
Okay. But in return, I want you to shower before you go.
Okay.
Twilight proposed. After last night, it's best you get that scent off of you. Otherwise, people are going to... You know.
You. Moleskin, it's spelled like this. You're one... No, you're actually 2 letters off, I think. It's spelled like... Maybe if I can spell. Oh my god. If I can spell! My god. I think that's correct. He's a vampire lord that's out for Twilight's blood because she's the cause of her brother's death. Or his brother's death. Voltaire. That's the one that Twilight was talking about that got basically wrecked in the train crash.
Okay. But in return, I want you to shower before you go. Twilight proposed.
Okay. We've already went over
After
this.
last...
We've already went over
you
this.
know. Sunset giggled again. Good point. She agreed. Giggled again. Good point. She agreed. It would be nice not to smell like sweat and a hot mess.
Oh boy.
Twilight giggled at Sunset's own joking, staring in satisfaction as
Okay, bring that back.
and a hot mess. Twilight giggled at Sunset's own joking, staring in satisfaction as Sunset stripped herself down to nothing but her
Twilight the Peeper.
Giggled at Sunset's own joking, staring in satisfaction as Sunset stripped herself down to nothing but her bare skin. She licked her lips at She licked her
Okay, bring that back.
She licked her lips at the sight. Sunset blushed with a devious smile grazing her lips, blowing Twilight a kiss as a way of teasing her, then turning into a devious smile grazing her lips, blowing Twilight a kiss as a way of teasing her.
Nope, that breath has got to go. Okay, so what I need to do there is something like this. Bring this back.
Grazing her lips, blowing Twilight a kiss as a way of teasing her, then turning into the bathroom and shutting the door.
Alright.
Once
Okay, pull this back. Shutting the door. Once the sight of sunset was no longer visible to Twilight's vision, she rolled her eyes with a smile. Okay, bring that back. Once the sight of sunset was no longer visible to Twilight's vision, she rolled her eyes with a smile and proceeded to delve into her morning gift. She rolled her eyes with a smile and proceeded to delve into. Bring that back. She rolled her eyes with a smile and proceeded to delve into her morning gift from sunset. A gift she ate as if she were starving, and unintentionally ended up making a mess with the maple syrup. Staining her upper chest and the bed sheet dressing her body Staining her upper chest and the bed sheet dressing her body mildly. Staining her upper chest and the bed sheet dressing her body mildly. Looks like I'll need to shower after. Looks like I'm going to need to shower after all. No. Looks like I'm going to need to Okay, bring that back. Be mildly. Looks like I'm going to need to shower after all. She confirmed to herself, making her way out of the sheets and towards the bathroom door.
She did that on purpose.
The cool air of the room meeting her flesh only heightened her.
Yeah, she's bare naked, guys. She's bare naked.
Towards the bathroom door. The cool air of the room meeting her flesh only heightened her excitement as she entered the steamy room and shut the door behind her, meeting sunset under the barrage of hot water not long after. Alright. Okay, pause. Alright, let's just do this kind of thing. That wasn't too bad. Okay, just kill all this. Let's see. Yeah, this is their humanized versions. Given Twilight's wound from Sunset's fangs was still fresh enough to act like a beacon for their enemies, Sunset had taken the task of driving back to Ashley's to retrieve her unpaid-for wardrobe. She had made sure to check she had made sure to check she had her wallet with her twice God damn it. She had made sure to check she had her wallet with her twice before leaving Twilight, feeling its presence against her ass as she pulled up to the front of the store.
Okay, I thought that was an audio.
The open neon sign.
It's always the ones with the end letter that starts with the same letter on the next one that are always tricky. Open neon.
The open neon sign in the main front window was enough of an assurance that she wasn't too early or wasting energy on walking up to the closed store. No. Or wasting energy on walking up.
Oh boy, here we go.
Front window was enough of an assurance that she wasn't too early or wasting energy on walking up to the closed store. No. Or waste.
Okay, this is gonna be a little tricky.
Oh wait, does it just start right here? Or wasting.
Oh, that's not that bad. That's easy.
Let's see if we can do this kind of thing. Too early or wasting energy. Too early or wasting energy on walking up to a.
Okay, hang on.
Too early or wasting energy on walking.
Okay, Control C.
Bring this back more. Too early or wasting energy on walking up to a closed store. So she.
Okay, hang on. Let me listen to that backward.
The open neon sign in the main front window was enough of an assurance that she wasn't too early or wasting energy on walking up to a closed store. So she got out of the vehicle, leaving it running.
It's not like anything happened. Okay. For those who follow the stream's Game Master. Oh, shut up! Yeah, that one was tough. Game Master. It sounded like Game Master coming out.
Running. This trip wouldn't take her very long.
Okay, bring that back. I need to save. Oh my god, thank you. Alright, save.
Leaving it running.
This trip wouldn't take her very long, and she needed to stop for gas anyways before she and Twilight moved on to their next unknown destination.
Okay.
The familiar bell chime rang upon... By the way, that's the heater kicking on, if you don't know. That's just the heater. That's why I have to choose my recording times very carefully, because that sucker is loud. Next unknown destination. The familiar bell chime rang upon opening the door, and Charlotte's attention spiked at the recognition of Sunset, expressing a smile that beamed from ear to ear. So glad to see you're okay, dearie, she greeted with sincerity. You gave your friend and I quite a scare. No. You gave your friend and I quite the scare.
I went kind of rarity-ish there.
You gave your friend and I quite the scare. You gave your friend and I quite the scare.
How close is that? How close is that?
Sincerity. You gave your friend and I quite the scare.
I can always adjust it later if I need to. Alright, save.
Sincerity. You gave your friend and I quite the scare.
Fine.
Okay, there's the heater. Need to shut... Need to wait for it to shut up.
Speaking of the heater.
Okay, so let's just...
Okay. So I had to choose my recording time. I had to just basically pause and do something. Okay, bring this back. What is this?
Sunset sighed and did her best to smile.
Okay.
No, need to close the door.
Oh, yeah. Okay, just push this forward, push this forward. There we go. Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, I thought it was derping for a minute.
Sunset sighed and did her best to smile. Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Back. That looks a little too close.
Smile. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. As much as the way I acted prior. Sunset kindly gestured.
Meh.
Charlotte continued to hold her smile. No need to apologize.
Was that my mom in the background, or is that just with my monitoring on? I would imagine I didn't keep going.
To hold her smile.
Okay, that was in real life.
To hold her smile. No need to apologize. I shouldn't have been so nosy about something so personal. I shouldn't have been so nosy about something so personal. If anyone needs to apologize, it's me. Sunset waved her hand in a way of dismissal.
Okay, bring that back. Okay, there's not going to be any effect on her voice. I don't think there's any voice effects in this one, minus a few little thought lines.
Apologize, it's me. Sunset waved her hand in a way of dismissal, finally managing...
Okay, bring this back a little bit.
It's me. Sunset waved her hand in a way of dismissal, finally managing to express a true smile. Charlotte's smile changed to a grin of confusion upon the gesture, but Sunset eased her confusion with her next set of words.
Okay, bring that back. That's fine.
You opened my eyes. There's no apology necessary for that. Besides, you were right. Only on my hospital bed last night, not knowing if I was going to live.
Back.
Only on my hospital bed last night, not knowing if I was going to live or die from whatever rotten food I ate prior to coming here, did I realize just how deeply I cared for Twilight. If it weren't for her actions, I'd probably be dead by now. I'd probably be dead right now. I'd probably be dead right now. The fact that she was there, the fact that she was there by my side up to the point when the doctors,
It's a lie, but
dead right now. The fact that she was there by my side up to the point when the doctors managed to flush out whatever caused my fall made me realize that she loved me. And despite my dumbfound blindness, I loved her as well. I loved her as well.
okay, back.
Despite my dumbfound blindness, I loved her as well.
Okay.
Charlotte paused, but eventually a smile creeped onto her face. She simply nodded at the words stated by Sunset.
Okay, pull that back.
She simply nodded at the words stated by Sunset and patted her on the shoulder.
Fine.
I'm glad I could help you find the...
Really hard being sympathetic as Charlotte because she's such a high voice. Okay, hang on. Moleskin, mollusk, molsack. Bleh. Clappers be clapping now. Well, okay. Welcome to the world's wrinkless molesack. Aren't all ponies naked? Oh, wait, it's okay. And the impure thoughts go through the roof. Oh, God. Wait, what? What am I being tagged for? Oh, probably my thing. Oh, there it is. Hold her last night. I built her on effectiveness, social distance. Imagine now having her. Okay.
I'm glad I could help you find the happiness you were blind to. And I really do hope you two end up a happy couple in the future. Just take time to smell the roses every now and then.
Okay. It's like Charlotte already knows the truth. She's like, I know what's really going on.
Just take time to smell the roses every now and then.
I like the other tick better. Bring that back.
Then, Charlotte advised.
Which I hope everybody knows what that means.
Sunset caught the message clearly and just nodded.
If you don't know what it means to stop and smell the roses for a minute, I don't know.
Advised. Sunset caught the message clearly and just nodded.
Push us back.
Advised. Sunset caught the message clearly and just nodded in agreement. Now, let's get your love's new and improved wardrobe all paid for and loaded up. Right. Sunset agreed, following Charlotte towards the back of the store where a giant stack of many different types of clothes were in wait for purchase. Different types of clothes.
Hang on.
Different types of clothes were in wait for purchase.
That's fine.
The total added up to The total added up to 452. God damn it. The total added up to $452.18, to which Sunset answered with a nice handful of 5 Benjamins. Given how naturally curious Charlotte was, Sunset was surprised that she didn't question her on where and how she got this amount of money from. It relieved her, seeing the hospital story was hard enough to come up with on the spot.
Okay.
The less she had to explain, the better.
Just a little bit.
Come up with on the spot. The less she had to explain, the better.
Okay.
It took a few trips, but eventually the car was loaded up with Twilight's new clothes, and to that, Sunset sighed in relief, closing the trunk.
Okay.
Charlotte greeted her one last time, and to Sunset's surprise, it had been nothing close to a goodbye. I almost forgot. Not long after you and your girlfriend left, someone came by asking for you.
Okay.
Charlotte informed. Sunset felt her skin shiver at the comment, knowing that wasn't good.
Bring that back.
Charlotte informed.
Oh, wow.
Sunset felt her skin shiver at... Charlotte informed. Sunset felt her skin shiver at the comment, knowing that it wasn't good news. She also knew it skin shiver at the comment, knowing that it wasn't good news. She also knew it implied that Moleskin was closer She knew it also implied that Moleskine was closer to them than she would have liked. She knew it also implied that Moleskine was closer to them than she would have liked, and that meant that getting out of town, wasn't going to be easy. And that meant that getting out of town wasn't going to be easy. Did you tell them anything? Did you tell them anything? Did you tell them anything? No. Did you tell them anything? Did you tell them anything? Sunset trembled. Seeing I had no idea who they were or their implications, I just told them that I hadn't seen you or the other girl.
Okay.
Charlotte answered. Why? Is someone looking for you?
Now your beeswax.
Charlotte answered. Why? Is someone looking for you?
Stop. Thank you.
Charlotte answered. Why? Is someone looking for you?
Fine.
I suppose you could say that. No. I suppose you could say that.
Back.
I suppose you could say that. But maybe I'm not the specific Sunset they're looking for. However, just for better clarification, what did they look like? Sunset asked, turning to face Charlotte. Charlotte assembled a posture that reflected heavy thought, taking a moment to reflect on last night's customers. I can't remember very clearly, but they should be visible on the surveillance cameras. She clarified. Mind if I take a look? Sunset asked. I fear it's my ex-boyfriend who's out to kill my girlfriend. He's one nasty case of jealousy, and I'd prefer he doesn't even know where I am. Oh my, Charlotte said, out to kill my girlfriend. He's one nasty case of jealousy. Who's out to kill my girlfriend. He's one nasty case of jealousy, and I'd prefer he doesn't even know where I am. Oh my, Charlotte said, putting her hands over her mouth. Be my guest. No, be my guest. Just give me a moment to get the footage back. Be my guest. Just give me a moment to get the footage backed up to the proper time last night. Just give me a moment to get the footage backed up to the proper time last night. Thank you. Thank you.
Back.
Night. Thank you. Sunset
Back.
night. Thank you. Sunset finished, waiting for Charlotte to make her way back into the... Sunset finished, waiting for Charlotte to make her way back into the store. Once she was out of sight, Sunset broke. Whoopsie doodle. Shit! She cussed under her breath. Sunset broke. Shit! She cussed under her breath. Moleskine is closer than I thought. Sunset broke. Shit! She cussed under her breath. Moleskine is closer than I thought. No, Moleskine is closer than I thought. Meaning more than like... Moleskine is even closer than I thought. Shit! She cussed under her breath. Moleskine is even closer than I thought. Meaning more than likely that he has... Meaning more than likely... Oh, this is really hard to do. Moleskin is closer than I thought. Meaning that likely he... Moleskin is even closer than I thought. Meaning that likely he has eyes on me right now.
Okay.
Why can I not act this right now? Moleskin is closer than I thought. Meaning that more than likely he has eyes on me right now. Could you stop moving, Sparrow? I didn't like that anyways. Moleskin is closer than I thought. Meaning more than likely he has eyes on me right now. She took a moment to focus her senses on the surrounding area, eyeing every rooftop, person, and examining every sound from beyond a human's natural ability. She heard rooftop, person, and examining every sound from beyond a human's natural ability.
Okay.
She heard bird,
Control R.
rooftop, person, and examining every sound from beyond a human's natural ability. She heard birds, wind, and even caught the sound of chatter in an airplane flying high across the sky. Nothing close to a vampire. He's brought out the elites of his roster. He's brought out the elites of his roster. No. He's brought out the elites of his roster. He's brought out the elites of his roster. She clarified to herself. She clarified to herself. Roster. She clarified to herself. We won't get out of town without being swarmed and attacked. We won't get out of town without being swarmed and attacked. That's a death wish if we even try. So we need to find... So we need to somehow find a way out undetected. That's a death wish if we even try. So we need to somehow find a way out undetected. She took... Undetected. She took a moment to think, rationalizing the best way to go about somehow getting out of this mess.
Okay. Do I hear survey? Really, dude? Surveillance.
She took a moment to think, rationalizing the best way...
Do not like that. So, let's get that as close as we can.
She took a moment to think, rationalizing the best way to go about somehow getting out of this mess.
Fine.
Chair? Rationalizing the best way to go about somehow getting out of... If I know Moleskin well, his intent is not to kill us, only to use others to hunt us down and bring us back to him. Only to use others to hunt.
Okay. Let's just see if we can't do this.
Not to kill us, only to use others to hunt us down and bring us back to him. He's not a pounce and attack kind of hunter. He's patient and clever.
Back.
Pounce and attack kind of hunter. He's patient and clever. And only when he gets what he wants will he even try killing his prey, personal or not. Her thoughts were interrupted by Charlotte, the bell chime of the door breaking her focus. I've got the footage. She clarified simply. She clarified simply. Sunset nodded, making her way back into the building and following Charlotte to the farthest room in the back of the store. A single monitor was on, depicting a shot of a tall figure at the front desk of the store at about 11:45 p.m. the night prior. counter was on, depicting a shot of a tall figure at the front desk of the store at about 11:45 p.m. the night prior. Was on, depicting a shot of a tall figure at the front desk of the store at about 11:45 p.m. the night prior. Here. The night prior. Sunset instantly recognized the tall figure. The night prior. Sunset instantly recognized the tall figure, knowing her assumptions were now true. Is that him? No. Is that him? Is that him? Is that him? Charlotte asked with worry in her voice. Yup, that's my ex. Yup, that's my ex. She lied, dreading the miraculous escape she would. Yup, that's my ex. Yup, Yup, that's my ex. She lied, dreading the miraculous escape she was going to have to pull in order to escape Twilight and herself out of Moleskin's clutches. In order to keep escape she was going to have to pull in order to keep Twilight and herself out of Moleskin's clutches. Sorry. What's this? Pause? Oh, pause. Alright. Sorry about that. Okay, bring that back. The drive back to the hotel had been a stressful task. Sunset. Actually, save first. Alright. The drive back to the hotel had been a stressful task. Sunset having to multitask on listening for any approaching enemies while keeping her eyes on the road. She had one advantage against Moleskin's spies, sticking to crowded highways to avoid any surprise attacks, knowing these elites wouldn't dare give themselves up to mortals. She still hadn't taken any chances, parking the vehicle in an area where it was hidden well and taking a heavily obscure route back to the hotel's back entrance. In the end, she had probably walked a good mile or so from the car's parked area, but in doing so, had avoided any encounters. Okay. She took the elevator back to the room and quickly made haste through the empty halls, opening the door and shutting it quickly. The action had startled Twilight, sitting on the end of the bed closest to the door with a look of worry on her face. What's going on? Oh shit. Hang on, I need to do something real quick. Just this. Okay. So what I need to do is get this on autoplay. It's okay, it has nothing to do with this. It's just a game that I'm addicted to. Sorry. But I need resources right now, and I should have had this playing from the beginning of the stream. Whatever. So, give me a minute. This shouldn't take very long. Ugh. So, I need ore. I need ore.
need to do is just spam this fucker like crazy. It's okay. We'll get back to it in just a minute, guys. Let's take a look at what the merchant has first. This game is very addicting. Oh, hey, that's pretty nice. That's a lot of money, though. Oh, never mind. The freaking stats are garbage. Side story. If it'll let me. Three days. Okay. So if I do one building... If I do one building today, I can finish it tomorrow with 1 day to spare. But do I want to do that? Excuse me. Okay, I need ore. So, probably gonna have to play this. I need a calculator, which I have a calculator, so let's get it real quick. Sorry guys, I know, completely off topic, but give me a break. This game's addicting, okay? It's just like anybody with like Animal Crossing or whatever the hell is the big fad of right now. Okay, so I need to go 15 times 15 equals 225. And you do have a chance to get some extras. So I'd be close to about 300. Probably. So 225. So, if we get some extras, that would actually be nice. Okay, it's on the 15. Just turn this down so you guys don't have to hear that freaking Christmas-esque music. Alright, let's do this. Had startled Twilight, sitting on the end of the bed closest to the door with a look of worry on her face. Okay. What's going on? What's going on? Sorry. Sorry. Is that another one? I don't like that first take. What's going on? What's going on? She already knows of a certain thing, so I think I'm going to just leave that one. That way it kind of gives the listener a little bit more of a, like a suspense. What's going on? Twilight asked with worry. Okay. Did something happen? Technically, yes. Worry. Did something happen? Okay, which take are we talking here? I'm afraid so, Twilight. Oh. I'm afraid so, Twilight. Sunset replied, worry staining. I'm afraid so, Twilight. No, too flat. Too flat. But this is way too close, so we're just gonna put a pause in there. So, Twilight. Sunset replied, worry staining her tone. Sunset replied, worry staining her own tone. Oh, her own tone. We're in danger, and getting out of town just got nearly impossible. We're in danger, and getting out of town just got nearly impossible. No, did I hear do it? We're in danger, and getting out of town just got nearly impossible. Yep, we're in danger, and getting out of town impossible. Twilight gulped. What do you mean? Did you run into them? Stop. Thank you. Twilight gulped. Okay, man, just enjoy yourself. What do you mean? I really appreciate that. Did you run into them? Twilight asked. This fucking chair. Shut it. This fucking chair. This Goddamn chair.
Twilight asked.
This fucking chair. I have to readjust it so that it would shut up.
Twilight asked. Sunset immediately grew confused, not expecting that. What?
Did I go down too far?
No, I got it. Sunset immediately grew confused, not expecting that answer from Twilight. Who was she referring to? Run into who? Sunset questioned, scratching her head. The police? The police. Twilight answered.
Yep.
The police. Twilight answered. Sunset grew more confused, to which Twilight caught.
What is that?
Sunset grew.
I'm not sure what that is. I don't hear anything.
Answered. Sunset grew more confused, to which Twilight caught on to. You don't. Twilight caught on. Twilight.
Hang on.
Twilight caught on. Twilight caught.
That's explosive. Don't know why that happened, but it did. Just too much utterance of breath.
To which Twilight caught on to. You don't know, do you? Twilight questioned. Know what? Know what? Sunset Know what?
Okay, push that out.
Know what? Sunset replied.
Okay.
Twilight didn't answer, only pointed to the muted TV and paused flat screen God damn it. Only pointed to the muted and paused flat screen TV. Only pointed to the muted TV and paused flat screen God damn it. Only pointed to the muted and paused flat screen TV. It was tuned to.
Only pointed to the TV and the paused flat screen TV. What?
Answer. Only pointed to the muted.
Nope, don't like that. Breaths are one of your biggest freaking challenges. Let's see if that does the trick.
Twilight didn't answer. Only pointed to the muted and.
Nope, don't like that. So let's push this out just a little bit.
Didn't answer. Only pointed to the muted and paused flat screen TV. It was tuned to the morning news, and upon seeing the picture of Twilight in the left corner of the screen, Sunset felt her skin shiver.
Okay.
Twilight picked up the remote, unmuted the TV, and resumed the program.
Okay, I think I'm gonna just do something here.
In today's news... Nope. In today...
Okay, I'm just going to go ahead. Where am I? In today's news.
In today's news...
Okay, so it has to be a girl, first of all. So I have to... okay, is this the thing? Where I correct myself?
She is most likely traveling in her regular vehicle with a light...
Fuck!
She is most likely traveling in her... She is most likely traveling in her regular vehicle with the license plate as displayed on...
That's a cuss. I can see that plain as day.
In today's news, we have a report of a missing girl who is a suspect of the attempted murder of Bella Thompson.
Okay.
The report was filed yesterday after the girl had been missing for 3 days as of today. Her name is Twilight Sparkle. She's 17 years old, stands around 5 foot 8 inches tall, and has long violet hair with 2 small streaks of pink and a lighter purple in it. She is most likely traveling in her regular vehicle with the license plate as displayed on the screen. If you have seen this vehicle, please inform the police immediately. She's not considered armed and dangerous, but Canterlot police are advising to use caution. But Canterlot City police are advising to use caution. Fuck! But Canterlot City police are advising to.
Yeah, I was getting mad.
She's not considered armed and dangerous, but Canterlot police are advising.
Canterlot City police.
Considered armed and dangerous, but Canterlot City police are advising to use caution upon approach. If you have seen her, you are advised to call the police immediately so that proper action may be taken. God damn it. You are advised to call the police immediately so that proper actions may be taken. Rosa Parks, Live 18 News.
That's probably a news station where somebody lives. Nope. No intention there.
If you have seen her, You are advised to call the police immediately so that proper actions may be taken.
Okay.
Rosa Parks, Live 18 News.
Okay. So now you get this whole thing and make it sound like a TV kind of screen thing.
In today's...
Alright, so there is presets. There is presets in FL Studio. Do I want to do it that way? How do you do it on this thing? I've completely forgotten. Isn't that under EQ? Oh god, I remember. No, we're not doing it that way. Okay. That's fixed. We'll just do it later on. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. You've got to be kidding. Ah, you've got to be kidding me. Sunset is just done. Ah, you've got to be kidding me.
Sunset huffed, holding her hands on her head.
Just when I thought our situation couldn't get any worse.
Why? What's going on aside from this?
Twilight asked. Okay. Bring that back. No. You son of a bitch, knock it off. Twilight asked.
Sunset turned to meet Twilight's gaze, still holding her...
Okay, bring that back.
Twilight asked. Sunset turned to meet Twilight's gaze, still holding her head with her cold hands.
Okay.
Moleskine has taken the initiative to send his top elites to...
Elites?
Moleskine has taken the initiative to send his top elites...
I love mouth noise, eh?
Moleskine has taken the initiative to send his top elites to collect us, and they're already on our trail.
Okay, fine.
Sunset informed. One came looking for me at Ashley's last night.
Shut out.
Sunset informed. One came looking for me at Ashley's last night. One came looking for me at Ashley's last night. Can't we just outrun them?
Okay. What is that? What did I do?
One came looking for me at Ashley's last night.
That's fine.
Can't we just outrun them? Twilight questioned. We've managed to do so already, so what makes them any different?
Okay. Push this out.
Twilight questioned. We've managed to do so already, so what makes them any different from the others? We had the advantage by distance, but now that they're here, that advantage is out the window. Plus, these are ruthless hunters that are excellent at tracking and succeeding. They can track anything from just a speck of blood or even a single footprint.
Yikes.
My injury was intended to buy time for his ace hunters to catch up. Clever bastard.
Watch this. Let's see here.
Footprint. My injury was intended to buy time for his ace hunters to catch up. Clever bastard. Twilight didn't argue. She knew Sunset was dead serious, so she just tried
Okay,
assisting
I'm just gonna leave it
in
that way for
finding
now.
some way to outwit these aces in the field of tracking. So, what do we do? Twilight asked.
Okay.
I don't know. Sunset
Okay, push that back a little bit.
Twilight asked. I don't know.
A little bit more.
Twilight asked. I don't know. Sunset replied in defeat. Moleskine has played his cards well here.
Is that plosive?
Twilight asked.
God damn it.
Moleskine has played his card.
Yep, that's plosive. Okay, get that out of there. Did I do anything? No.
Moleskine has played his...
That's fine.
Moleskine has played his cards well here. He's essentially made it to where we can't leave, considering if the road out of town is not a crowded one. Otherwise, this would be simple to counter. Now, it's a matter of either... Now it's a matter of either acting... Now it's a matter of either acting or waiting for Moleskine to come and take us away. That's the way Moleskine has always liked to hunt.
Okay, push this back.
Waiting for Moleskine to come and take us away. That's the way Moleskin has always liked to hunt. Alright. Twilight could see that Sunset was down for the count, so she took the initiative to come up with something. Everything had a weakness, so all she had to do was find it and use it to her advantage. Then there was the issue with police, which made things harder but not impossible. The police were only looking for her, not Sunset, so all she... Don't like that in the middle, whatever the hell that is. Okay, you can go away. Looking for her, not Sunset. So all she had to do was fool the police and the elites enough to get out of range of things like cameras and civilization. Her brain spiked. There's the garbage man. Okay, let's just get this out of the way. Her brain spiked upon devising a plan that just might solve the problem. I got it! Twilight said, confident. Sunset's. No. Twilight said confidently, catching Sunset's attention. You said that these elites wouldn't attack crowded places, right? Right. Sunset clarified in confusion. Well, then all we need to do is fool them with a diversion. One that would cause them to lose our trail. Specifically, me. One that would cause them to lose our trail. Specifically, me. Specifically, me. Sunset raised an eyebrow. Specifically, me. Sunset raised an eyebrow. Where are you going with this? Raised an eyebrow. Where are you going with this?
Okay.
Where are you going with this? Where are you going with this? Sunset questioned. It's simple. The police are looking for my car. The police are looking for my car. So if you took my car and traveled the highway routes... The police are looking for my car. The police are looking for my car. So if you took my car and traveled the highway routes, these elites would have no choice but to follow my car. That would buy me time to get to a town nearby, while you take care of the elites. Twilight, elites are of a different caliber of my combat skills. I couldn't handle all of them on my own. Twilight only nodded. I know, and that's why I'm going to need to know what weakens vampires, because we're going shopping for two things. Ingredients for a vampire. Because we're going shopping for two things. Ingredients for a vampire repellent and hair dye. Okay, that's chapter 6. Okay, just push that out about right there. Alright, save. Save project. Okay, I do want to check right about here somewhere. And that's why I'm going to need to know what weakens vampires. Because we're going shopping for two things. Ingredients for a vampire repellent and hair dye. Okay. Export. MP3. Save your chapter 6 clean. Police are looking for my car. I better get on a bike and get a car that the police are apparently looking for. And get what? Well, they also matched her description, so people would also be on the lookout for her description. This part was hard to write. Very hard. Like, you're up against immortal beings that are of the highest caliber, with skills that are, you know, almost unmatched. So how the hell are you going to outwit these things?
Oh.
Okay, how long did that take me? I'm guessing a little over an hour. Oh, almost 2 hours. Holy shit. I think I can do another chapter. I'm strangely in a really good mood today. Okay. But one thing I do want to check is the audio. Because this thing has fucked me over so much before. So I don't move on until I know every audio is clean of any like bullshit. So I'm just going to see if it matches up and then we'll move on. And chapter 7 is the long one. Oh boy, it's gonna be fun. By the time I was done with chapter 8, my jaw was actually sore. It was so sore from reading so much shit. Pretty on point. Okay. The file's fine. Alright. We're fine. Save it. File. Open. Maybe. Okay, I need 7. This one hasn't even been touched. So, this will be interesting. Like, yeah, this part, I think I actually hit a writer's block while writing this. Because I started writing it mid-2021, if I remember correct. Something like that. And I finished in December, I think. Something like that. Okay. So, here we go. Alright, so now I need to just close chapter 6. It's already done, so we don't need to worry about it. God damn it. Not there. Turn it on, let this go. When it ends, we'll never know. We're hypnotized. Sorry. There's a new song out that I really like, and it is catchy as shit. Okay, so the first step in anything. Oh, what's this? Chapter 7. Oh, okay. This is the chapter naming. Alright, just cut all this. Boink. Then just go to the 6-second mark. Right there. And just bring this back. Chapter 7. Escape. The trip had been short. The only product spot being enough garlic to feed an army of hungry soldiers that had a strange addiction to said product, 2 spray bottles, black hair dye, and two plain gray hoodies. Sunset had provided... That was a long sentence. Black hair dye, and 2 plain gray hoodies. Sunset had provided Twilight with the information and funds while she made the trip. Sunset surveying from above to be sure of... Sunset surveying from above to be sure of Twilight's safety. Sunset surveying from above to be sure of Twilight's safety.
Surveying.
Sunset surveying from... Sunset surveying... Sometimes that's not my fault. Let me fix that real quick. Sunset surveying from above. Sunset surveying from above to be sure of Twilight's safety. Sunset surveying from above to be sure of Twilight's safety. Sunset surveying from above to be sure of Twilight's safety. Yeah. Sunset surveying from above to be sure of Twilight's safety. It's gonna probably sound a little off, but that's alright. just take a drink of water and see what it is. Sunset surveying from above to be sure of Twilight's safety. Sunset surveying from above to be sure of Twilight's safety. Something like that. Alright. Maybe. There we go. Okay. Maybe. If my cursor will be nice to me, thank you. Noise reduction. Get noise profile. Control R. Okay, which take is better? Sunset surveying from above to be sure of Twilight's safety. Sunset surveying from above to be sure of Twilight's safety. Let me go back and listen. Sunset surveying from above to be sure of Twilight's safety. Okay. Sunset surveying from above to be sure of Twilight's safety. First one. Second one sounds too jovial. Control Z. Control V. Whoa. How loud is that in comparison? The only reason it's louder is because my voice was freaking worked already. He made the trip. Sunset surveying from above to be sure of Twilight's safety. Why is that so loud? Turn that down just a little bit. Okay. Control Z. Control R. Oops. Control Z. Control V. Let's try that again. Okay, I'm going to amplify that down to -4. Let's see if that does the trick. Perfect. Funds while she makes the trip. Sunset surveying from above to be sure of Twilight's safety. Sunset surveying from above to be sure of Twilight's safety. Oh shit. Twilight applied to the hair dye first. Okay, bring that back. To be sure of Twilight's safety. Twilight applied to the hair dye first, jumping at the sight when she saw her reflection in the mirror. This was the first time in her life that she had ever dyed her hair. This was the first time in her life she had ever dyed her hair. So to see it jumping at the sight when she saw her reflection in the mirror. This was the first time in her life she had ever dyed her hair. So to see it outside its natural color was definitely a shocking sight. Sunset had found it cute, but Twilight was already making a countdown for when her natural color would come back, thankful that it was only a temporary addition to her appearance. That's fine. Aside from that, nothing had happened the entire trip, and currently only the putrid, lingering scent of garlic chives being cut up and ringed into a liquid concoction filled Sunset's senses like a non-existent enemy. In all honesty, the scent attacking her was an enemy, garlic being one of a vampire's greatest weaknesses. Okay. She hissed at the essence like a displeased cat being disturbed from its peace. I'm just imagining Sunset, this like OP like vampire girl, just like I'm just imagining that as hilarious. Just like a cat over in the corner, like just hissing at the scent. Oh, that's funny. Greatest weaknesses. She hissed at the essence like a displeased cat being disturbed from its peace, praying for Twilight to finish up whatever godforsaken potion birthed from a... This was a hard line. Praying for Twilight to finish up whatever godforsaken potion birthed from a witch's brew she'd created in the small room. Her fangs glistened as Twilight continued to mince the putrid vegetable, liquid seeping from its many pores into the spray bottle. Okay, let's silence those. In the small room. Her fangs glistened as Twilight continued to mince the putrid vegetable, a small room. Her fangs glistened as Twilight continued to mince the putrid vegetable, liquid seeping from its many pores into the spray bottles that Twilight had bought, along with the many chives, dye, and hoodies. The process had been occurring for a good hour, and with a satisfying sound of Twilight tightening the spray nozzles, Sunset sighed in relief. Thank the Lord above. Thank the Lord above. Sunset. Thank the Lord above. I actually did plug my nose. Because you'll find out in a minute she has her nose plugged. Sighed in relief. Thank the Lord above. Sunset celebrated, her nose still plugged. Twilight rolled her eyes. You didn't have to stay in the room. Oh. You know you didn't have to stay in the room, right? No. You know you didn't have to stay... Eyes. You know you didn't have to stay in the room, right? Twilight questioned annoyingly. The room, right? Twilight questioned annoyingly. You could have left at any time. Sunset grunted. With the elites within our perimeter. With the elites within our perimeter, I wasn't going to take chances of ending up in a fight where I couldn't win, even if it's unlikely they'd attack first. Even if it's unlikely that they'd attack first. Even if it's unlikely that they'd attack first. Where I couldn't win, even if it's unlikely that they'd attack first. Okay. Understandable. Twilight agreed. Now, you said that garlic isn't capable of killing vampires, correct? Sunset nodded. Sunset nodded. Garlic only temporarily stuns my kind. The scent attacks our senses with it. The scent attacks our senses with a... The scent attacks our senses with an effect similar to shock for your kind. Like how you'd react after being shot by a gun. It only results in a temporary stun that, for lower-ranked vampires, remains in effect for 5 minutes. However, for higher-ranked vampires like the elites, who are trained to counter the effects of garlic, the stun will only last about 30 seconds. So if you manage to stun one, act fast. You may not get a second try. Their stun will also be different from a lower rank. The second try. Their stun will also be different from a lower rank. Get a second try. Their stun will also be different from a lower rank. They will still be mobile, but their sight and focus will be inaccurate. You'll have a good chance to get out of their sight. If you get out of sight within 10 seconds. Inaccurate. You'll have a good chance to get out of their sight if you get out of sight within 10 seconds. Okay, push this. Whoa. Okay, let's try that again. Is this it? You'll have a good chance to get out of... Inaccurate. You'll have a good chance to get out of their sight if you get out of sight within 10 seconds. Remember, you only need to spray within their vicinity, similar to aiming with a shotgun. Our sense is much more powerful than yours, and it only takes the slightest contact to trigger a stun. Twilight nodded in understanding. May I ask what May I ask what exactly your plan is again? May I ask what exactly your plan is again? No. May I ask what exactly... May I ask what exactly your plan is again? You weren't too... Nodded in understanding. May I ask what exactly your plan is again? You weren't too specific about it. Sunset requested. Twilight smiled and nodded, playfully rolling her eyes. You're going to take my car as a diversion to fool these elites. You're going to take my car as a diversion to fool these elites, while I take a bus or taxi. You're going to take my car as a diversion to fool these elites, while I take a bus or taxi to a place where we can meet after you take care of the elites. We'll use the hoods of our hoodies to hide our identities, so our enemy won't be able to tell us apart. They'll assume hide our identities, so our enemy won't be able to tell us apart. They'll assume me to take my car, tell us apart. They'll assume me to take my car, which is why you'll be taking it. And once they pounce, you use the garlic to stun and take them out. Once the dust settles, we meet up where the bus will drop me off, which is the gas station closest to the exit of town. We'll each take a bottle for defense. Drop me off, which is the gas station closest to the exit of town. We'll each take a bottle for defense, and if all goes well, we can move to wherever you plan to go next. If we fail, well, we can say we gave it a damn good try. Sunset smiled. Good try. Sunset smiled, meeting Twilight's gaze with her sapphire blue irises. Her hand met Twilight's own, tightening her sapphire blue irises. Her hand met Twilight's own, tightening into an embrace of care and agreement. While Sunset wasn't in complete agreement with the plan, she knew it was probably the best idea in this situation. The embrace lasted for a good minute, up until they finally released the grip and proceeded to slip on their new plain hoodies, grabbing the vampire repellent. Up until they finally released the grip and proceeded to slip on their sapphire blue. The embrace lasted for a good minute, up until they finally released the grip and proceeded to slip on their
See if that does the trick.
new plain hoodie. Lasted for a good minute, up until they finally released the grip and proceeded to slip on their new plain hoodies, grab the vampire repellent
Jesus
and sprang
Christ.
and proceeded to slip on their new plain hoodies, grab the vampire repellent and to slip on their new plain hoodies, grab the vampire repellent and spraying the room down with a massive amount of perfume to somewhat cloak the sickening bleh, and spraying the room down with a massive amount of perfume to somewhat cloak the sickening bleh, and spraying the room down with a massive amount of perfume to somewhat cloak the sickening essence of garlic. Before going their separate ways, they shared a short, potentially final kiss, and after pulling away, shared a short, potentially final kiss.
Okay, another plosive. EQ. There we go.
And after their separate ways, they shared a short, potentially final kiss, and after pulling away, took off to separate exits of the building. Twilight took the front entrance, pulling her hood over her head and tightening it before stepping out into the open lobby. Twilight took the front entrance, pulling her hood over her head and tightening it before stepping out into the open lobby. and tightening it before stepping out into the open lobby. She got lucky pulling her hood over her head and pulling her.
Okay, so it's like right here. Oh, this is gonna be fun. It's like right there. Oh shit.
Hood over her head and tightening it before stepping out into the open lobby. She got lucky yet again, nobody suspecting her shady appearance and exiting out into the open world. Nobody suspecting her shady appearance and exiting out into the opening. Stop for a minute. Let's see here. Out into the open her shady appearance and exiting out into the open world once again. And
oh my fucking god. Well, let's see if I can do this kind of thing. Just to give it some more room.
Exiting out into the her shady appearance and exiting out into the open world once again. The many sounds her shady appearance and exiting out into the open world once again. The many sounds of traffic and some nearby radio station playing some upbeat tune met her concealed eardrums as she
oh shit.
Met her concealed. The many sounds of traffic and some nearby radio station playing some upbeat tune met her The many sounds of traffic and some nearby radio station playing some upbeat tune met her concealed eardrums as she eyed the bus stop across tune.
This is not gonna be easy. Oh, okay, there's room. So that does the trick.
Tune, upbeat tune, meh.
Back. See if that does the trick.
Her concealed eardrums, some upbeat tune, met her concealed eardrums as she eyed the bus stop. Some upbeat.
No. Okay, we need to just do this kind of thing. Boink. Something like that.
Tune, met her upbeat tune, met her concealed eardrums as she eyed the bus stop.
Like that. Get it just a little closer.
Across the street. Some upbeat tune, met her concealed eardrums as she eyed the bus stop across the street. Luck shone on her yet again, finding 0 people occupying the area, and to that she smiled and breathed a long sigh of relief. Using the crosswalk, she found her way over to the bus stop and kept her head low as she waited for the city bus to arrive within the next 5 minutes.
There's not a pause here. But there will be like a transition. I wasn't sure what to do here. You did a vampire bleh. Oh god, I know what you're referring to too. Hotel Transylvania. I don't say bleh bleh bleh. Well, that's Hotel Transylvania too, technically. Because of, what? Oh god, what's his name? The kid. I want to say his name's Jackson. Pause, but I think I'm wrong. When she holds a kid up to him and he goes blah 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 like that. I don't say blah blah blah. That wasn't a bad impression. I'm actually surprised that actually sounded pretty damn close. I don't say blah blah blah.
To arrive within the next 5 minutes. Sunset used her vampire speed to make the trek back to Twilight's car as soon as she exited the side door of the building.
As soon. Okay, where's as soon?
She'd made sure to car as soon.
Oh god. This ain't gonna be easy.
Car.
Yep, that ain't gonna be easy. Because I have to get it right where it starts with the ah sound.
Car as soon as.
Oh god. That's about as close as I'm gonna get.
See if that just does a trick. Please just make it easy on me. As soon as she exits. Thank you. Alright, save. Save. It's the side door. Vampire speed to make the trek back to Twilight's car as soon as she exits the side door of the building. She'd made sure to tuck away every strand of her fiery locks before exiting, pulling her hood tight over her head and tying the strings into a tight double knot. Pulling her hood. I think this is right. Before exiting, pulling her hood tight over her head and tying the strings into a tight double knot. With her identity... Why did I struggle so hard right here, man? With her identity concealed behind the darkness of the hood, she blazed her way to where... She had parked darkness of the hood. She blazed her way to where she had parked Twilight's car, getting in fast and kick-starting its ancient metal heart to life, guiding the metal trap out of the open. No, guiding. Okay, I need to do this real quick. Okay, how much stuff did I get? Also, speaking of Hotel Transylvania, why have they ruined that movie franchise? 2 was fine. I was fine with the second one. The first one, fantastic. The second one, it was good. I liked it. But dear God, the third one, it wasn't bad. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't bad. It was just bleh. I'll just say bleh for the joke. Okay, and I need 450, right? The one with logs. Yes, 450. So I gotta run that again. But it's okay. Am I in the right one? Yep. Alright, let's go get some more. Shall we? I think the metal trap... Alright, you have fun with that. That was fucking quick. Normally you take forever if I'm paying attention to you, but that's the thing. That's why I like to run these when I'm doing editing, because it kills time. Excuse me. It's DreamWorks. They always get the best out of 2 movies, then they ruin it with the third. I thought that one was ran by, oh God. Wait. It was under Sony Pictures, right? I thought that, Hotel Transylvania was a Sony Pictures film. Or was it, the one that went out, the Blue Sky Studios or something like that? There's a 4th one coming out now. I'm like, would you leave this movie franchise alone? Please! You're ruining this. Just like you're ruining Shrek with another fucking film. Like, Shrek was fine after 1. 1 could have stood on its own and would have been fine. I'd have to Google it. Well, I'm at my computer. Let's just do that. I can't do the voice search, can I? What studio is Hotel Transylvania under? Sony Pictures Animation. Communication release. Yep, they're all under Sony Pictures Animation. Like, the animation looks fantastic, but seriously, leave it alone. I understand money's a thing, but seriously, it's a franchise that just needs to be left alone. Just like how the Halloween films were ruined, the Jason films were ruined, the freaking Freddy films were ruined with the fucking dumbest shit sequels. Some of them were good, but some of them were terrible. The majority of them were terrible. Like, I don't know what the fuck A Nightmare on Elm Street 2 is. I've seen it. It is the weirdest shit I have ever seen. At least Dream Warriors makes well, I don't know. At least Dream Warriors makes somewhat sense. I can get behind that it's real. Or not that it's real, that it makes actual sense. But Freddy 2. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Someone gets possessed and is reborn as Freddy or something. What? How does he get freaking possessed? How is he connected to Freddy? He's just a dumb teenager that lives in the same house. That's not where Freddy lived. That's where the girl that kicked his ass lived. I forgot her name. But how does that tie in to being connected to Freddy? Sure, that's where she kicked his ass, but he has no physical connection to that house. The place where Freddy would be reincarnated or anything would be the factory where he was burned, because that's where he died. Doesn't that make more sense? The open. No. Guiding the metal trap out. Oh yeah, that's right. Guiding the metal trap out into the open. What's that? To the open. Yep. I don't know. Why do we have to ruin such good movies? You know, that. Nah. I mean, when I saw Hotel Transylvania for the first time, when did the first one come out? I think it came out while I was actually still in school. Hotel Transylvania. Came out in... Oh, wow. Yeah, I was still in school. I was actually in 11th grade. 1 year before graduation. 7.1 out of 10. Come on, people. That was a 10 out of 10 film. Fantastic. Guiding the... Fun fact, I actually did not know it was Adam Sandler voicing freaking Dracula until I looked at the cast. I did not know it was him. It doesn't sound anything like him. He cloaks his voice so goddamn well. Its ancient metal heart to life. Guiding the metal trap out into the open, Sunset found her way... Oh, wow. I need to extend this just a little bit. That's what she said. Shut up, me. Onto the open road. Heart to life. Guiding the metal trap out into the open, Sunset found her way onto the open road, her nerves shaking and non-existent heart racing in anxiety. She took a deep breath in and held it for a few seconds. Cadence's lesson to Twilight. Releasing it slowly. She took a deep breath in and held it for a few seconds, releasing it slowly and feeling her body calm a little as she... No. Releasing it slowly and feeling her body calm a little as she continued to drive the legal... I know one of the questions is going to be, where did Sunset learn how to drive? I'm pretty sure she's had enough knowledge to know how to drive. She's been around for a while. Speed limit. For a few seconds. Okay, I need to get that breath out of there, apparently. God, I hate when I have to do this over and over again. Put this out. There we go. Releasing it slowly for a few seconds. Releasing it slowly and feeling her body calm a little as she continued to drive the legal speed limit. She wasn't so much anxious over fighting the elites. No. She wasn't so much ancient. No. Oh, she's ancient. Her kind, anyway. She's not really ancient. She's only 17 years old. She wasn't so much anxious over fighting the... She wasn't so much anxious over fighting the elites, but more over Twilight's... Well, you know the theory, right, about why they make such bad sequels, bottom line. It's just, it's to make us not ask for more. Well, it's also for money. It's a money thing as well. That's Hollywood for you. It's like, why are we still going with Halloween? Halloween died, like, years ago. The last crappy 80s sequel should have just been left alone, and that should have been the end of it. Safety. Over Twilight's safety. But moreover, Twilight's safety. There was a heavy chance that this plan... That takes fine. I'll just use that one. Wouldn't work. Twilight's safety. There was a heavy chance that this plan wouldn't work, seeing they were dealing with well-trained dealing with well-trained vampires. Okay, bring that back. Would they really assume Twilight to take the car? Would the garlic be enough to give Sunset an advantage over the elites? Was Twilight setting herself up for a trap? She could feel her nerves starting to act up again, so she quickly repeated the same tactic as before, quickly reassuring herself. You can't protect her forever. No, you can't. Bring that back a little bit. Protect her for... The trickiest part of this story was getting the romance to feel real. So I'm like, what can I do to make, you know, Sunset and Twilight feel like, you know, it's not a rushed relationship? You know. So I made them, like, connect in a way, like, that their life is kind of similar, but different at the same time. They go for old stuff because there's no originality. Oh, there's originality to a lot of the films back then. Like, nobody ever came up with the idea of Freddy, of, like, you know, A Nightmare on Elm Street. That was something totally new to the people in the 80s. Like, my mom went and saw the movie. But here's the thing. She saw an unedited version. So, she actually saw the raw first version of the movie. And because the people are tightwads back then, basically it was deemed too graphic for people. For, like, an R-rated film. Like, it was up there. My mom said when they edited it, they took out all of the good shit. Like that scene where he's got the girl on the ceiling and like his claws are going through her chest and he's like dragging her around the room. She said before that thing was bloody and gory as fuck. They completely nerfed that freaking scene to nothing. Forgot her goddamn name. I think in the remake they actually made it more graphic and gory. Hell, there might have been nudity. Who knows? The same tactic as before, quickly reassuring herself. You can't protect her forever, Sunset. Eventually she's going to have to defend herself, and that time is now. So it's best to just focus on what I need to do and trust that Twilight can take care of herself. Until we meet back up at the gas station. Until we meet back up at the gas station. Like, so many people thought this was going to be like a Twilight. Like the Twilight Saga. And I immediately assured them, nope, it's not a fucking Twilight copy. Or a bona fide copy of Twilight. No, this is my own idea. This is my own, you know, brainstormed idea. And as you can see, it's not Twilight. Until we meet back up, can take care of herself. Until we meet back up at the gas station. A smile met her face, and she felt her anxiety falter as she continued to drive. Moving onto the highway that led to the exit of the town. There's no glittering vampires in this one. There's no nothing like that. No. Face, and she felt her anxiety falter as she continued to drive. Moving onto the highway. Is it a separate? That led to the... A smile met her face, and she felt all of her... Oh, okay. So we redid the entire line. Anxiety falter. Yep. A smile met her face, and she felt all of her anxiety falter as she continued to drive, moving onto the highway that led to the exit of the town. The highway was crowded with plenty of cars to avoid interaction with the elites, but she still had to worry about highway patrol officers due to the fact that police were looking for Twilight's car. She hoped that nobody would recognize the car and just did her best to follow the rules of the road, driving carefully and cautiously up until she came to the main exit and the number of cars slowly began to dwindle. The main exit and the number of cars slowly began to dwindle to nothing, to which Sunset responded by preparing herself for impact. Here we go. Is there a pause here? The bus arrived as scheduled. No. Pause. Is there a pause here? Am I pausing? The bus arrived as scheduled, and you... Do I want to pause here? Good question. Because we're just in two different scenarios. I need to use the bathroom. BRB, guys.
that Scentsy. Smells like a man. And I need manly ones.
So, yeah. Did I? Yes, I did. Alright, we're back.
I'm gonna have I'm catching my niece's habit. I need to sanitize my hands real quick. This shit stinks so bad, but it works. It's hand sanitizer. Even though I just washed my hands, I do not want to catch whatever the fuck my parents got. It's similar to... It's like a starting stage of pneumonia. So, yeah. I don't need that. Okay, what am I doing? Think the money, sons. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I was deciding if I wanted to cut or not. I mean, they're happening simultaneously. So, I don't know. I guess I can decide that later if I need to. Sure, let's do that. Why not? The bus arrived. Here we go. The bus arrived as scheduled, and using the money Sunset had lended Twilight, she stepped into the rectangular vehicle with wheels and paid the driver the amount needed to Twilight. She stepped into the rectangular vehicle with wheels and paid the driver the amount needed to travel to her oh my god. Yeah, it's not that hard of a sentence, Sparrow. Just say it. Just say it. Just say it. It's just a sentence. And paid with wheels and paid the driver the amount needed to travel to her destination. Jesus, I wrote this thing. The driver eyed her oddly, given her appearance of wearing... Okay, Like, that's just mouth noise you're hearing. That's mouth noise. That's natural. You hear that shit all the time in your mouth. That shit. That's nothing you can't stop. Her appearance to travel to her destination. The driver eyed her oddly, given her appearance of wearing a hood in the middle of summer. But seeing he had no say in the matter, he just let her pass and take her seat. Twilight sighed heavily, taking a seat near the back of the bus. In the back. And just take her seat. Twilight sighed heavily, taking a seat near the back of the bus and just keeping her head low. It felt like forever before the bus started to move to its next destination. That's hard to say. It felt like forever before the bus started to move to its next destination. Twilight growing more and more anxious in her seat. Even as the bus started to move, Twilight's nerves continued to dance wildly. It was the first time in 3 days that Sunset wasn't in Audacity. It bugged. It's okay, this happens a lot, so it's alright. This is why I open the test manager to kill it if it decides to be a butt. Hopefully it fucking autosaves. It better. It tries its hardest to ruin my day, but nope, I've got the secret weapon. So fuck off. Recover. Okay, are we gonna be nice? And not make me have to do shit all over again? Okay, that was the little file. Now I need to go to this one. Oh, shut up, I know. It felt like forever. Okay, it did save. Sweet. Alright, save. Before the bus, the nation. Twilight growing more and more anxious in her seat. The nation. Twilight growing more and more anxious in her seat. Bring that back. Even as it started to move to its next destination, Twilight growing more and more anxious in her seat. Even as the bus started to move, Twilight's nerves continued to dance wildly. It was the first time in 3 days that Sunset wasn't by her side, and despite living on her own constantly before all of this, she felt lost and scared. The fear was due to the situation at hand, but the lost feeling was due to something she couldn't explain and scared. The fear was due to the situation at hand, but the lost feeling was due to something she couldn't explain. It was odd and overbearing.
And as she continued to sit, she suddenly had the urge to cry. She shook her head in an attempt to shake off the to sit. She suddenly had the urge to cry. She shook her head in an attempt to shake off the urge, but it only made it worse, escalating into something similar to nausea. Come on, Twilight. Pull yourself together. No. Come on, Twilight. Pull yourself together. Come on, Twilight. Pull yourself together. She chastised to herself. The urges only got worse and worse, but she fought it as hard as she could, somehow managing to keep her tears back and somehow managing to keep her hard as she could. Somehow managing to keep her tears back and stomach. Okay, we need to get that breath out of there. Fucking hell. And stomach. Yep. She could. Somehow managing to keep her tears back and stomach contents at bay, up until something broke all of her focus entirely. Tears back and stomach contents at bay. Tears back and stomach contents at bay, up until something broke all of her focus entirely and washed away all of the urges. Contents at bay, up until something broke all of her focus entirely and washed away all of the urges. Odd time of year to be wearing a hoodie, isn't it? Spoke a voice across from her. She didn't look, but she knew she had to answer. Otherwise she'd look even more suspicious than she already was. Twilight cussed. Otherwise, she knew she had to answer. Otherwise, she'd look even more suspicious than she already was. Twilight cussed heavily in her mind, and out of desperation, gave the best lie she could. It's a medical disorder I have. Okay, stop for a minute. Alright, let's push this back here. My skin could. It's a medical disorder I have. My skin reacts badly to the sun, so I have to keep my skin clothed. She lied. Oh dear. What an unfortunate fate. This voice was really hard to do. Oh dear. What an unfortunate fate. The same mid-range, that's hard to say. The same mid-range male voice spoke. However, what I find strange about that is that there we go. Wait. What I find strange, the same mid-range male voice spoke. No. Okay, push this out just a little bit. However, mid-range male voice spoke. However, what I find strange about that is that for someone who resents the sun so much, you tend to spend a miraculous amount of time with one whose name resembles the sun. A sunset, actually. A sunset, actually. A sunset, actually. Oh. A sunset, actually. Twilight's heart plummeted like whose name resembles the sun. A sunset, actually. These fucking breaths, man. There we go. Name resembles the sun. A sunset, actually. Twilight's heart plummeted like a stone. Oh shit, I don't have it anymore. So I just need to grab that. This. A sunset, actually. Twilight's heart plummeted like a stone. Okay, I can deal with that. If you're wondering what that is, that's the toilet. Plummeted like a stone. The plan had failed. And the worst possible scenario that could have happened in the entire situation was happening. Even if she stunned him, there was nowhere she could run to. She was literally trapped in a hunk of metal that couldn't She was literally trapped in a hunk of metal that she couldn't exit at her own will. That she couldn't exit at her own will. Exit at her own will. That she couldn't exit at her own will. Trapped in a hunk of metal that she couldn't exit at her own will. She was doomed. She was doomed. Shit! She was doomed. Shit! I'll give you credit, human. Your plan was quite clever, but we elites are trained for such schemes, so it was easy to just split up and follow both of you. There's more power in numbers, and 2 against 2 is enough to outwit a vampire. And 2 against 2... Oh. And 2 against 2 is enough to outwit a vampire. And 2 against 2 is enough to outwit a vampire and human to us elites. Twilight cussed in her mind again, realizing she had missed one detail. Mind again, realizing she had... God, I hate breath so much. Missed one her mind again, realizing she had missed one detail. Of course they would split up and follow both. Her mind again. Oh, too close. Okay, so I need to go like this. Realizing she had missed in her mind again, realizing she had missed one detail. Of course they would split up and follow both. It's one of the oldest strategies in tracking someone. Divide and conquer, as Napoleon once said. Of course they would split up and follow both. It's one of the oldest strategies in tracking someone. She wanted to faceplant herself so hard, but she didn't. She needed to figure out how the hell she was going to get out of this. See, this Twilight's not like the real Twilight. Or, like, the real Twilight that we know wouldn't have even overlooked that. She would have known. And so far, tracking someone. She wanted to faceplant herself so hard, but she didn't. She needed to figure out how the hell she was going to get out of this. And so far, she wasn't seeing any way out. Her only saving grace was the fact that the bus was full of passengers. So she had to wait. So she had a while to think of some way out of this. So she had a while to think of some way out of this. So she had a while to think of some way out of this. Now, it was full of passengers. So she had was full of passengers. So she had a while to think of some way out of this. Now, I am a vampire of mercy. No. Now, I am a vampire of mercy, and I'm willing to offer you a chance to just surrender. The elite proposed. If you do, no harm will come to you or your companion. However, if you refuse, you will be submitted by a very painful tactic. You and I know very well you cannot fight a being of mass strength and ability. No. You and I know very well you cannot fight a being. You and I know very well you cannot fight a being of mass strength and abilities beyond your kind. So you'd have no chance to even defend yourself against me. This is my only offer, human. So, will you take it, or refuse like a fool? He's really hard to do.
Pause.
Okay. Pause. Like a fool. The road had become practically deserted by the time Sunset had reached the gas station. The road had become practically deserted by the time Sunset had reached the gas station. It had clearly been deserted for a good 5 years or so just by the condition of the outside of the building. Worn paint starting to chip from the surface. Worn paint starting to chip from the surface. Windows covered by streaks of dirt and dust from rain and heavy winds, and the gas pumps looking as if they'd been beaten to death by a bat. She pulled the vehicle up to the pumps closest to the entrance and got... She pulls the vehicle up to the pumps closest to the entrance and got out of the vehicle to listen for any sign of the foe in pursuit. She focused on the area around her. She heard nothing except the wind and the rustling of loose paneling hanging from
I hated this line.
And the rustling of loose paneling hanging from the building's sides flopping in the mild breeze. No wings or evident presence of the
I was getting mad.
No wings or evident presence of the elites within her vicinity. Her dead heart sank. No wings or evident presence of the elites within her vicinity. Her dead heart sank almost immediately. Knowing the elites had caught on and Twilight. Her dead heart sank almost immediately. Knowing the elites had caught on and Twilight was in danger. And Twilight was in danger. Had caught on and Twilight was in danger. She ran and Twilight was in danger. And Twilight was in danger. And Twilight had caught on and Twilight was in danger. She rushed back to the car, shifted into drive, and revved the vehicle out of the gas station's lot like a mad woman. However, just as she made it to the road, something seized like a mad woman. Something seized the vehicle in its tracks. A figure standing on the hood of the car with a bang, and smashing the windshield to nothing but shards. The impact stunned Sunset, lifting her from the seat and crashing back down with a thud, her head bouncing off of the headrest of the seat. Standing on the hood of the car with a bang, and smashing the windshield to nothing but shards. The impact stunned Sunset on the hood of the car with a bang, and smashing the windshield to nothing but shards. The impact stunned Sunset, lifting her from the seat and crashing back down with a thud, her head bouncing off of the headrest of the seat. Regaining her focus, she realized that she had been out. Sunset, lifting her from the seat and crashing back down with a thud, her head bouncing off of the headrest of the seat. Regaining her focus, she realized that she had been outsmarted, and was going to have to fight her way out of this. She clicked off her seatbelt, opened the door, and looked out to the road. Standing before her was a casually... She clicked off her seatbelt, opened the door, and looked out to the road. Standing before her was a casually dressed male. He was tall, mildly muscular, and his skin was pale as the moon... And his skin was pale as the moon's glow. Mildly muscular, and his skin was pale as the moon... And his skin was pale as the moon's glow. And his skin was pale as the moon's glow. Muscular, and his skin was pale as the moon's glow. His hair was spiky and black. Muscular, and his skin was pale as the moon's glow.
I forgot. I don't have a preset on.
So there we go. And his skin was pale as the moon's glow. His hair was spiky and black as night, and his skin was pale as the moon's glow. His hair was spiky and black as night, and as he stared at her with his crimson eyes, Sunset realized quickly that she was in for the most challenging fight of her life. She couldn't make even a single mistake.
Okay, put a space between that.
Well, no. Well, no. Well, if it isn't Vladimir's own flesh and blood. Well, if it isn't Vladimir's own flesh and blood. The vampire spoke, his voice rich and ancient. His voice rich and ancient. I won't lie. His voice rich and ancient. I won't lie. I never expected you to betray us over a casual human, but I guess I was mistaken. Sunset just held her gaze with his, eyeing him with anger. And what do you even know about me? And what do you even know about me? Sunset countered. Nope. At least dig it. Anger. And what do you even know about me? Sunset. And what do you even know about me? Sunset countered. I'm at least get that out of there. Countered. I'm at least dignified enough to not have to rely on the royals for everything I need, like you. No. I'm at least dignified enough to not have to rely on the royals for everything I need, like you. I'm at least dignified enough to not have to rely on the royals for everything I need, like you. I lead my own life outside the bullshit laws that our race has been. I lead my own life outside of the bullshit laws that our race is forced to follow. I'm not just another sheep to the shepherd. I don't need to know. I don't need to know. I don't need to know much to know exactly what you are. I don't need to know much to know exactly what you are, peasant. He insulted. You were born a stubborn to know exactly what you are, peasant. He insulted. You were born a stubborn brat, and once your mother's head was put on the cutting board over your actions, you went rogue. Mother's head was put on the cutting board over your actions, and once your mother's head was put on the cutting board over your actions, you went rogue, thinking us the enemy when it was your own fault all along. When it was your own fault all along. Own fault all along. When it was thinking us the enemy when it was your own fault all along. When it was your own fault all thinking us the enemy when it was your own fault all along. When it was your
let's see what we can't do here. See if this works. Me. When it was your own fault all along. Son, it's the enemy. When it was your own fault all along. Us the enemy. When it was your own fault all along. Enemy. When it was your own fault all along. Us the enemy. When it was your own fault. I'm gonna have to probably redo this line. Us the enemy. Thinking us the enemy. It's not that big of a deal. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Thinking us the enemy. See if I can even pick up on this guy's voice again. So it's not straight blue balls like this. It's just kind of a dull tone. Okay. Thinking us the enemy. Thinking us the enemy. Thinking us the enemy when it was your fault all along. Thinking us the enemy when it was your fault all along. Something like that. Okay, let's see here. We need to go noise reduction. Yep. Control R. Us the enemy. Thinking us the enemy when it was your fault all along. Thinking us the enemy when it was your fault all along. Let's see if that works. Thinking us the enemy when it was your fault. Control C. It's all along. Thinking us the enemy when it was your own fault all along. Thinking us the enemy when it was your own fault all along. Your actions, you went rogue. Thinking us the enemy when it was your fault all along. Okay. Control V. Turn it down just a little bit. See if that does the trick. Your actions, you went rogue. Thinking us the enemy when it was your fault all along. Sunset felt a tinge of guilt strike her cold heart. That's fine. Knowing what he was saying was true, and that it was her fault her mother had ended up dead in the first place. However, she shrugged the guilt away with a single tear and your actions, you went rogue. Thinking of your Sunset felt a tinge of guilt strike her cold heart, knowing what he was saying was true, and that it was her fault her mother had ended up dead in the first place. However, okay. Save. Okay, I need to do this kind of thing again. Phone. Hello. However, and struck back at the elite with an even stronger truth. You're right. My mom is dead because of me. No, you're right. My mom is dead. Okay, how many did I get that time? Sorry. My addiction. I'm addicted. Sorry. So 450 plus 450 is 900. Okay, let's just do this one. Hang on. Okay, that's kind of funny. Am I just a dummy, or... I'm not sure if I understand this thing. I'm addicted to the madness. This hotel is my landness. And we're never gonna have a fucking reason to sin. Let me leave my soul to burn and I'll be breathing it in. I think that's the lyrics. I'm addicted to the sorrow. Nope, not the sorrow. I'm addicted to the feeling. Getting higher than the ceiling. And we're never gonna want this fucking feeling to end. So, shit. Just give in to your demons. Oh my god. Just something. Shit. Gonna have a fuck. Want this feeling to win. Just give in to your inner demons again, or something like that. Just give in. Just something given to your inner demons again. I can't remember what it is. Just concede and give in to your inner demons again. I think that's it. Okay, so I need 450 ore. Okay. Do I have all the logs that I need? If I can finish this today, it'd be a lot more easier. Yep. Okay, I'm just gonna finish it today, so I don't have to worry. Okay, so I just need more ore. Alright, let's go ahead and go do that. So while I'm editing, I can do stuff. Just concede and... Yeah, that's right. Just concede and give in to your inner demons again. I know I can't sing, but I like that song. It's been a while since I've heard it too, so I'm actually proud of myself that I can remember those, and I never remember song lyrics. I had a hard time with that one, but yeah, I'm actually proud of myself. I actually remembered some song lyrics for once in my life. Now the verses. Do till death do us part. Well, we're already past that phase. This is a brand new start. And I think I deserve some praise for the way that I am. Ugh. Despite having overdosed and ending up comatose, I don't give a damn. I've let my emotions go. Fuck the inner sober hoe. I think that's it. This is the mantra. This is my life. Can't do it. This is my mantra. This is my life. You're playing with now until the end of the night. Surrounded by fire, the passion ignites. Oh god, that part. I can't remember that part. Something, hell of a high. That part's always tricky. And then it goes to the chorus. Cherry's chorus is a little tricky to, or chorus, verse is a little hard to remember. Well, you found love. Something. God, it's been forever since I've heard this goddamn song. You found love, but you fell deeper in this pit. While death reigns from above. So count your blessings, 'cause this is it. You're not letting it go. So what if I misbehave? It's what everybody craves. You already know. Oh my god. You already know. God, you're really testing my brain. God, of course I can't remember that part. I'd have to listen to the song. Man, it's been a while because of me.
and struck back at the elite with an even where the hell am I? Stronger truth. Oh, okay. Along. Sunset felt a tinge of guilt strike her cold heart. Knowing what he was saying was true, and that it was her fault her mother had ended up dead in the first place. However, she shrugged the guilt away with a single tear and struck back at the elite with it. Sorry. I know. So come if you're feeling brave and fancy yourself a mate. I think that's it. This... Oh my god. Fuck. So come if you're feeling brave and fancy yourself a mate. You want it, I got it. See what you like. We could have it all by the end of the night. Oh god. See what you like. We could have it all by the end of the night. Your money and power, my simple delight. I think that's it. Your money and power, my simple delight. Something, something, something. A little bit of heaven and now a hell of a high. Something like that. A little bit of heaven and a hell of a high. Something like that. It's something like that. I just can't remember it. It's so hard to... It goes by so quickly. That's the problem. And it's so fucking quick. But it's like a little bit of heaven and a hell of a high. Something like that. Whoa. My god, if I can spell. Addicted. Has Been Hotel. Sung by Has Been Hotel. Lyrics. Let's see if I can actually... Let's see how well I'm actually good at this. If my brain is actually, you know, as good as it used to be. Alright, past that phase. This is a brand new start, and I think I deserve some praise. I think I got most of these. Fuck being a sober hoe. I knew I had that part wrong. A hit of that heaven and hell of a high. Okay. Man, that's quick. A hit of the heaven and hell of a high. What? A hit of the heaven and hell of a high. Man, that had to be hard to sing. That had to be hard to sing. Very hard. And I've heard that the guy that plays Angel Dust, if he's still playing him, I heard a lot of the main cast got cut. Ooh, did Angel Dust actually get cut? I forgot his name. Michael something? How did we get to this point? Let's just go like this. Has Been Hotel cast change. Have they recast fan favorites? Nifty Angel. Oh my god, they actually changed it. I know a lot of people aren't happy with it, but people, it's part of business. That's show business right there. Sometimes you stay, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you get cut. Let's see here. Is it true? Even stronger. At a time when fans thought they'd be able to dive into a series they know and love. Don't get me wrong, future Astro. Here's a list of confirmed part. Okay, Charlie's singing voice. Wait a minute. I recognize that name. Oh god, where have I seen that name before? I know I've seen that name before, and it's not just on freaking Twitter. I want to say the Pony fandom had her name once. Like, I've heard her name in the Pony fandom at some point. Tom Trench. Oh, I know who Tom Trench is. He's the news anchor dude. And Gabriel. I had a feeling that was going to happen. I know who Gabriel is. That's Black Griffin. Crystal Laporte as Cherry Bomb. Michael Kovic, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, it's basically yeah, it's show business, guys. Literally, it's show business. Yeah, especially Andrew's voice actor was perfect, and he just won't feel the same. Oh, you'd be surprised. It could be on the person's side, or it could be on the studio's side. You never know. Chris Pratt voicing Angel Dust? I don't think so. He's got the attitude, but he does not have the voice. That's one thing you got to be careful when you're recasting. Recasting someone, you want their voice to be the same. Have like that same tone and that same attitude. I mean, I've directed projects before, so I think I know what I'm talking about. Like in Unmarked, when I had to recast somebody in Unmarked, it was the main baddie. This was not easy. So I had to basically state, you have to watch this episode, and you have to go to this certain timestamp, and you gotta listen to this person. If you can sound like this, and I heard your voice, then you have a chance. Because Annie had a very specific kind of voice. It was very, very, like Chainsmoker-ish, but also very, like, wicked. So her voice couldn't change to something, motherly or something like that. It had to be what it was. So when you recast somebody, they have to sound close. Not exact, but they have to sound close. Sorry, I've not say much more. That's fine, dude. I think I've already read that, but that's okay. But anyways, enough of my analyzation. You're right. My mom is dead because of me. No, you're right. My mom is dead because of... You're about to get confused because this is in a previous chapter. You're right. My mom is dead because of me. But I've accepted that fact and have redeemed it by doing what's right. But I've accepted that fact and have redeemed it by doing what's right. My mom always hated you pompous freaks, and I know she'd be proud of me for what I'm doing. Betraying your own kind? Now I see where that Spitfire attitude of yours comes from. He taunted with a chuckle. No, not betrayal. Proving that our order is all a lie and was created... No. This was where I had to really get into character. This was hard to voice act. No. No. Not betrayal. Proving that our order is... Proving that our order is all a lie. Proving that our order is all... Proving that our order is all a lie and was created only as a way of controlling us to do what they want. Ay, caramba. That's the only reason why the Royals eliminate rebels like me. Ow. Fuck! That's the only... what they want. That's the only reason why the Royals eliminate rebels. What they want. That's the only reason why the Royals eliminate rebels like me. Because they know we can make a difference and turn the entirety of the vampire race against them. They silence us to prevent the real truth from being heard. A sudden realization hits sunset. This is like those scenes in anime where there's like a sudden realization, like like with the heartbeat and like the gasp. This is one of those moments. I may actually put like a sound effect like that in there. I don't know. Why not? Like a sudden realization hits sunset like a ton of bricks. She felt tears build up in her eyes like a breaking dam, knowing she'd just solved the real reason why the night of her conviction, Raz had enticed her mother into sacrificing herself for her. This was a hard one. She clenched her fist so tight that her fingernails had punctured her cold skin, and her anger grew with each second. With each second? Each second. Can I get that out so I don't have to re-record? Each second. Can I get that out? Skin, and her anger grew with each second. Skin, and her anger grew with each second. You bastards! That's why she's dead! You bastards! That's why she's dead! Okay. This is where things are gonna get loud, so I suggest turning down your volume. Raged. That's why. Yep. Okay. Amplify. -3. She's dead. You bastards. That's why she's dead. She raged. What in the... She raged. What in the world are you even talking about? The elite questioned. The royals knew of my mom's plan to... The royals knew of my mom's plan to stop the war. No. The royals knew of my mom's plan to stop... The royals knew of my mom's plan to... Stop! Royals knew of my... The royals knew of my mom's plan to stop the war that they were trying to start as much as the rebellion she was building to take them down. And as a way to stop her, they forced her into a position where she had no choice but to spare my life for hers. Oh my god. Yeah, it hurt my throat a lot. So... Hers. But to spare my life for hers. That's good. Oh my god. Ugh. I need a drink. The royals knew of my mom's plan to stop the war they were trying to start, as much as the rebellion she was building to take them down. And as a way to stop her, they forced her into a position where she had no choice but to spare my life for hers. Bingo. Okay, this is the take. That was the good one. But that little up peak is a little too loud. The royals knew of no choice but to spare my life for hers. Anger, rage, sadness. It all overwhelmed her in an unfathomable. 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 It all overwhelmed her in an unfathomable phenomenon all at once. No. Oh, man. It all overwhelmed... Sadness. It all overwhelmed her in an unfathomable phenomenon. Sadness. It all overwhelmed her in an unfathomable phenomenon all at once. Her head down and tears falling like raindrops. You monster! Sadness. It all overwhelmed her in an unfathomable phenomenon. It didn't do anything to her. She just realized, like, in a realization. Like, okay, her mom dies in a previous chapter over bullshit reasons. And she just figured out, basically, why. Like, it's one of those moments, like, if you ever watched anime, and, like, there's those parts where, like, they have a realization, and they, like, go, and, like, their, you know, heart, like, doom, like, your heart beats. It's one of those kinds of situations. Like, she's figured out why her mom was really killed. It wasn't to, you know, or why she was, like, enticed to be sacrificed for her safety. You know, so what's happening is she's discovered it, and she is pissed. That's the thing. So I suggest turning your volume down, because it's about to get loud. It all overwhelmed her in an unfathomable phenomenon all at once. Her head down and tears falling like raindrops. You monsters! You're sick, twisted, and need to be shown no mercy just as you did her. No. You monsters. You're sick. Twisted. You're sick.
Okay.
You monsters. You're sick. Twisted. You're sick. Twisted. Anger, 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 anger. You're sick. Twisted. And need to be shown no mercy. Just as you did her.
Yeah, that was good.
Her emotions grew higher and higher, more intense with each passing second.
I was more joking about
resulting
it because
in
it
the
was repeating.
elite taking a few steps backward. He couldn't explain why,
God.
but he was afraid. Afraid of Sunset in her current state.
Hold on.
And more intense with each passing second, resulting
need to
in
make sure I
the
didn't
elite
miss anything.
taking. Her emotions grew higher and higher, more intense with each passing second, resulting in the elite taking a few steps backward. He couldn't explain why, but he was afraid. Afraid of Sunset in her current state. And upon Sunset's next action, he had every right to be shaking in his boots. Afraid of Sunset in her current state. And upon Sunset's next action,
Turn your
he
volume
had
down.
every right to be shaking in his boots. You're going to pay!
That's good. Needs to be down a lot, but
How loud was that? Okay,
I
what's the
peaked.
best take here? Oh my god. And back up a little bit. You're going to pay!
Ow. Oh my god.
Just trying to see what the best take is here. You're going to pay!
First take best. I can lower that one. Fine and dandy.
Continue.
Turn this back up.
Okay, so let's go with the first take. Ugh.
My throat
Get
is
there.
dying.
We'll just go there. I'm gonna need a water before. What is all this? Sunset raged. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, we're gonna have like a reverb effect on this, so I'm not sure how close we want this or how far we want this. Control V. Okay, so that is fucking loud. So let's turn that down quite a bit. Amplify down, -4. Raising her head, every right to be shaking in his boots. You're going to pay! Wait, I may not like that actually. That seems a little too quick. So let's actually fix this real quick. If I would choose another one, I think I'd choose maybe the second one. Then again, let's just... Sunset... You're going to pay! You're going to pay! I like both of those. Ay caramba, though. You're going to pay!
Oh my god.
You're going to pay! First one sounds more raged. I just need to lower that last part down a lot because my ears can only take so much. Hell, this is nothing compared to when I did a Lyra song. The funny story with that one, I wasn't paying attention, and the VA had been way too close to her microphone. And in a scene where she's supposed to, like, you know, cry in agony, yeah, she was way too close, and I was wearing freaking headphones, and Lyra! Like, just immediately, it freaking kills my ears. Like, oh my god. So, yeah, that wasn't a fun day. For my ears, anyway. Okay, I need to be able to tell here. This looks far enough.
Hey!
His boots.
You're going.
Okay, you don't need to kill my ears anymore, me. Please and thank you. Well, let's see. We need to take that down probably -3.
2.
Ow, that still hurts like a motherfucker. Control R.
Pay! Pay! You're going to pay! You're going to pay!
That'll work. We'll have like a special effect on that probably. Because basically in this scene, since I go Super Saiyan. Which is kind of funny because in the same Bardock. Bardock's a Dragon Ball Z character.
Pay!
Sunset raged, raising her head to where her face was visible, and upon the sight, the elite was thrown into absolute fear and shock. Sunset's eyes were no longer the cool aqua color they usually were. They instead showed a raging gold that blazed like an untamed bonfire. Her hair seemed to share the same fiery blaze, her fangs glistening in the display of unadulterated anger. A display that had never occurred before in Sunset's entire existence as a vampire. This was something different. She lunged at an immeasurable speed, beating contact with her foe under less than even a second. The elite had no chance to react, Sunset collapsing into his chest and immediately following with the sound of breaking bones. It wasn't just a few bones. It was the entire capacity of his chest cavity.
Damn.
Sunset.
Whoo!
Sunset is pissed. Had struck with enemy bones. It wasn't just a few bones. It was the entire capacity of his chest cavity. Sunset had struck with an immense amount of force. A force that had made all of the experience, training, and reputation of the elite completely obsolete. He was destroyed within seconds.
God damn.
He was destroyed within seconds.
I like the first take better.
So we're just going to stick with that. Okay. We're getting there. Within seconds. Sunset continued to strike non-stop, the hits dismembering all of his limbs and shredding his body to nothing but a Goku, eat your heart out. Gory and Sunset continued to strike non-stop.
I love Dragon Ball Z,
hits dismembering all of his.
I'm
sorry. This beats the Super Saiyan transformation because, well, Goku when he was throwing freaking punches at Frieza, he wasn't dismembering him. Limbs and shredding. All he was doing is just giving him bruises. Sunset continued to strike non-stop, the hits dismembering all of his limbs and shredding his body to nothing but a gory and scattered massacre. The elite hadn't even had the chance to scream in pain during the entire onslaught. It had started and ended so quickly that no mortal could see it if they had blinked. No mercy. No remorse. Sunset was done playing. She's done playing nice. Merciful. No mercy. No remorse. Sunset was done playing merciful. The royals had pushed her past her ability to control her emotions. Stop. The royals had pushed her past her ability to control her emotions. The scattered remains of the elite lay on the ground as the dust settled, and all Sunset reflected in the daylight was absolute rage. Okay, bring that back. As the dust settled, and all Sunset reflected in the daylight was absolute rage. She didn't care anymore. The elite only muttered and grunted in defeat, too mutilated to repair themselves. Yeah, let's see Goku do that to Frieza. I mean, eventually he did, but with one of Frieza's own attacks. And probably,
what was his name? Krillin. And one of Krillin's moves, technically. Because, I'm sorry, that is one of the most dangerous attacks in Dragon Ball Z. Krillin has one of the most dangerous attacks because it can literally shred you in half. Or worse. I'm sorry. But that's better than the Kamehameha or the Spirit Bomb or anything because it doesn't take forever and a gazillion years to make. It doesn't waste energy. It's literally just a disc that takes a little bit of energy to make, and it can shred you in two. And it was proven against... didn't it happen to Frieza? No, it happened to Vegeta. If a giant freaking monkey monster, if the tail can be... was it the tail? Yeah, the tail. The tail eventually got shredded off. So that proves that the Destructo Disc can cut through anything. It doesn't matter how strong they are. It doesn't matter how big they are or how small they are. It can take a head off. So my question is, why the hell doesn't Goku use that more? Fuck being a Super Saiyan. Just fucking use the Destructo Disc. Now, against someone like Cell, who has regenerating abilities, that's a problem. Because you can't really do anything. So, yeah, that's when the Kamehameha is a good idea. But if you just use a Destructo Disc on the freaking person first and kill him, yeah, then there's no freaking need for anything. Isn't that how Vegeta kills Guido too? If I remember correct, yeah, he takes his head off. But I can't remember how exactly he takes his head off. Was it a blast or was it a Destructo Disc? Because I know Vegeta learned it. How? I don't know. Maybe it's just a simple move. But it's one of the most dangerous moves in Dragon Ball Z. Regenerating abilities? Yeah, then you're fucked. But any other time, if they are susceptible, whatever the word I'm looking for is, if they are subjectable to being cut and cannot regenerate, take their fucking head off with a Destructo Disc. Why is that so hard? Sunset stood. The elite only muttered and grunted in defeat, too mutilated to repair themselves. Sunset stood above them high and mighty, and with one stomp to their head, the elite was no more, and Sunset was victorious. Same thing with Frieza's father. What was his goddamn name? King Cold? Was it King Cold? Yeah, something like that. But we saw. Or no, actually, no. That was Mecha, Frieza, when he's basically remade into a robot thing. We saw. He was cuttable. What's his name? Trunks fucking split him in a bazillion pieces, then took him out with some sort of blast. Just Destructo Disc the dude. I'm sorry if I'm on a tangent, but I am so wondering, why wasn't that used more often in the show? It could have taken out so many goddamn threats. It's not even funny. Now, Majin Buu, Kid Buu, whatever that other Buu was, those are different, because they can regenerate. But Frieza, Cell before he got regenerating abilities, those could have been taken out easily with a Destructo Disc. And it doesn't take much. Rather than Spirit Bombing or Kaiokenning or whatever the fuck, spending time in the freaking the chamber place, I forgot what it's called. The one that has, like, you go in there for a year, it only takes a day on the outside or something like that. Yeah. Why are we wasting time doing that when we could just be Destructo Discing and taking heads off? So when Goku called it like a pathetic attack when Frieza used it, I'm sorry, Goku, but it's technically what killed Frieza the first time. It didn't kill him, but it hurt him. Bad.
It dismembered him and made him useless, until you gave him your power and you decided to be a dumbass. Hyperbolic time chamber, that's what it's called. But, seriously, am I wrong? Am I wrong that the Destructo Disc was easily one of the most OP freaking abilities in the show that could have taken out so many enemies? Majin Buu could have been stopped. We could have taken the little wizard dude's head off. No problemo, because he can't freaking dodge for shit. It's just like how, what's the name of that channel? How It Should Have Ended. That channel, one of the things that they put was just basically have Legolas, because he's fucking unstoppable, have him just connect a ring to an arrow, the ring to the arrow, and just have a fire at Mountain Doom, and done. Either that, or get the Eagles involved, because the Eagles tend to do shit, because, well, the philosophy around them in the movie is that they don't like to get involved in world problems. Bullshit, if the world's going to die, it affects you too, so fucking do something about it, you dumbasses. No, but it probably took too much energy. Literally, Krillin can make one of those things no problemo in like seconds. Destructo Discs don't take much energy. They are literally one of the most low energy things in the show. I can't remember when it debuted. I don't know if it debuted in Dragon Ball or if it debuted in Dragon Ball Z. If it debuted in Dragon Ball Z, that would be... oh, dear God. It would have been the Battle of Vegeta, because they cut off his tail. I'm trying to remember way back when I watched Dragon Ball for the first time. Krillin doesn't come in until a little later, and he's just a kid in that. No, I don't think it's in Dragon Ball. I think it's only in Dragon Ball Z. So it would have been when Krillin takes Vegeta's tail off, I think. No. It would have been in the end. It would have been against Nappa, because he tries to take his head off. If I remember correct, yeah, because it cuts his cheek, so he tries to kill him. And even Vegeta's like, dodge it, Nappa! Don't be a fucking idiot! Well, here's the thing, Sparrow. If everyone was smart and did things the easy way, there would be no movie. Yeah. I understand that's why they did that. It's like, what was the thing with the My Little Pony movie? Oh yeah, if we put Starlight in it, the movie would have been over in seconds. She could have just basically one-offed, what's her name? And, yeah, movie would have been over and done with. That's why they didn't put Starlight in the My Little Pony movie. The essence of absolute rage didn't dissipate, though. Why wasn't that used more? Or the solar, what was it called? The solar flare, the one that Tien uses? I think it's called solar flare, if I'm not mistaken, or sonic flare, something like that. Like, why do we have to do these spirit bombs and all this shit? When Goku is attacking Frieza and has him, you know, distracted, have someone with good aim, like, oh, I don't know, Vegeta. Done. I don't think that's how Guido died, though. I think Guido is decapitated by, like, a finger blast by Vegeta, if I remember correct. If I remember correct, that's how he dies. Like, he's just standing there. No, that's when Goku comes out, and basically Guido is done. There's nothing left of him. Like, Goku basically defeated him, and he went, pew, just basically finished him off. And Goku's like, why did you do that for? They're powerless right now. Oh yeah, and he destroys, what's-his-name's body. And Vegeta's like, Kakarot, I don't give a shit. Do you want them to get back up and cause more trouble? You got to finish them, Kakarot. Stop. That's the one thing that bugged me about Goku. Like, I'm sorry, his pacifism kind of shit, I understand. It's good to have, but... he could have stopped so many people if he would have just not been a pacifist.
Stop, Goku. Stop it with your bullshit. Okay, let's finish this bitch. Yee! We got the final building. Sweetness. Man, I went off on a tangent there. Jesus Christ. Okay, I think we're done with that part. Yep, because now I can go to the final place. But I will, I'll do that later. As sunset took off, the essence of absolute rage didn't dissipate, though. As sunset took to the sky with her wings extended wide. As sunset took off to the... But yeah, this is the equivalent of basically Sunset going Super Saiyan. But instead of destructo disking, she's basically just punching and decapitating limbs. Like, what's a good example of that? One-man punch? Because I've never seen the anime, but I know the memes. And he apparently can punch, like, with the freaking force of, like, an atomic bomb or something. Sunset took to... Absolute rage didn't dissipate, though. As sunset took to the sky with her wings extended. I don't like that. I'm sorry, but... Man, I went off on a fucking tangent. I am so sorry. Get back to work, Sparrow. Enough of your shit. Wide and free. Paid, though. As sunset took to the sky with her wings extended wide and... I don't like that. Let's push this out just a little more. Free. Paid, though. As sunset took to the sky with her wings extended wide and free. The car was pointless right now, and her beloved was in danger. She'd make them pay for everything. Pause. Whoa. What is all this shit? Pause. Oh my god, I need water. Yeah, my throat was like, done. Don't worry about it. I go on tangents all the time, and you bring up some good points. Yeah. Like, don't even get me started on how many times Vegeta could have probably finished off some enemies, but thanks to his goddamn pride, he decided to just be an asshole. The freaking androids? What's his name? Cell? Like, seriously, Vegeta, stop it. Stop it. Put your fucking pride aside for once. I mean, I love Dragon Ball Z. I love Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball was fucking hilarious. Dragon Ball Z, fantastic show. First anime I technically ever watched, minus Yu-Gi-Oh! Which at the time I didn't even know what the fucking anime was when I was watching Yu-Gi-Oh! I remember my unknown cousin, that was a friend of mine at the time, actually introduced me to Yu-Gi-Oh! I remember the first card I ever got. It was a Dark Hole, which is one of the most used cards right now. Well, I don't know if it's used much anymore. It was used a lot, and it was only one to a deck. I don't know. I'm an MTG guy now, like a Magic the Gathering. Because Magic is a lot more interesting, and a lot more fun. Because it doesn't just stick to archetypes, you can build around a shit ton of things. Well, Saiyans are a warrior race and they want a good fight. I know, but seriously, put your fucking pride aside for goddamn once. The stops passed along with time for... Oh, hang on. The stops passed along with time. No. The stops passed along with time for Twilight to escape from her current assailant, and with each stop, her nerves shook more and more severely. Her nerves shook more and more severely.
Like, honestly, the best the best antagonist that they had of that show, if you ask me, I think it was Kid Buu. Because Kid Buu was pretty fucking OP. And the way he was defeated, it was Dragon Ball Z. Friendships, bonds, power sharing, because that's a thing. God. Like, I understand, it's the show and it's the moral, but, like, honestly, Kid Buu was one of the most busted freaking antagonists. Majin Buu alone was, because, well, he could regenerate, he was pretty stupid, but he was one of the most OP villains. One of the most saddest scenes in the freaking show took place because of that stupid fucker, because Vegeta basically, Majin Vegeta technically, sacrificed himself for his son. It showed a good side to Vegeta. And I was so happy to see that. But at the same time, I also I feel like the reformation of Vegeta and all that stuff, the reformation of from villains to good guys, I feel like a lot of that was overlooked in Dragon Ball Z. A lot. Like, Majin Buu makes a lot of sense. Because, well, he didn't want to be evil anymore. He wanted to be good. Piccolo, on the other hand, he found goodness through Gohan. Like, he found, a reason to be good through Gohan. Like, he was treated like a monster by Gohan and had a reason to be good. Vegeta, he just kinda chilled, waiting for Goku, found a wife, basically had a kid. I mean, those are good reasons, but his reasonings for just not killing Goku on the spot didn't make any sense. When in the Frieza Saga, he gained energy from all planets around him. Oh wait, also think it's kind of BS that Goku needed energy from the Earth to make the Super Spirit Bomb. When in the Frieza Saga, he gained energy from all planets around him. Exactly! Like, I understand, Kid Buu's fucking strong, but I mean, it makes sense that he would want Earth's energy just to be absolutely sure that he had enough to kill Majin or Kid Buu, whatever. But, ugh. It was just to create more and more and more and more and more episodes. Like, some of the battles that just go on for 20 episodes long, like the Frieza battle. I'm like, are we ever gonna get to the end of this fucking battle? Like, okay, let's talk about the freaking time period of the freaking planet Namek almost not dying. Okay, that battle time period of 5 minutes was way longer than 5 minutes when that planet went. If you ask me, 20 minutes. Easily. If you go in real time without all the commercials and all that shit, 20 minutes. Easily. So, also, how Goku escaped Namek? Bullshit! Absolute bullshit! Because we see it happen. He doesn't get into the spaceship. He just stands there and literally shouts. That was a continuity error that I saw. I'm like, oh my god. I understand why they're doing it. They're just doing it to make you think Goku's dead. But seriously, stick to the script. He was in the ship when it happened. He didn't fly out of the ship and go back in. Seriously, people. Yeah, just... Enough. I need to finish. Save. The stops passed along with time for Twilight to escape. Come on. The stops passed along with time for Twilight to escape from her current assailant, and with each stop, her nerves shook more and more severely. She had just remained silent in her seat the entire ride, devoid of any plan to escape her situation and the elite's presence. Growing more and... Okay, there we go. That's alright, dude. Go do your thing. Jesus. and the elites per situation. Alright, let's go like this. And the elite's situation, and the elite's presence growing more and more unsettling. And the elite's presence growing more and more and the elite's presence growing more and more unsettling. The bus had made it to the outside of the city and was currently making a stop at a gas station in some small town that you could enter by taking one of the first exits off the highway. Something Twilight didn't want. Seeing the less people on the bus, the less chance she had at coming up with some miraculous plan. More stops came, up until a few remained. More stops came, up until a few remained. More stop. I think we took the whole thing. Oh, knock it off. More stops came, up until only a few remained. We can use this one just fine. Not dealing with more fucking mouth noise. Really? Even Christmas. And the elite stops came, up until only a few remained, and the elite spoke up once again. Time is... almost up, time is almost up, human. Will you, or will you not take my offer of mercy? I don't need an empty bus to knock you. Oh man, here comes the line where I basically had to retake it like 20 times because my freaking mouth noise wanted to take a fucking hike. I don't need an empty bus to knock you out cold. So I suggest you answer me before the next stop. Otherwise, I won't won't hesitate. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to do so against your will. His tone was serious, and Twilight couldn't help but pray. She prayed for Sunset to somehow know she was in danger and show up to save her yet again.
Man.
To somehow know she was in danger and show up to somehow know she was in danger and show up to save her and show up to save her yet again stop. Okay, here we go. I need to somehow figure this out. Show up to save her and I need and show up to and show. I apologize for that. And show up to save and show up to and danger and let's see if I can't do this. Show up danger and show up to. If I can get that to not sound like it's clipping. So let's see if I can't do something like this. Fade out. Danger and show up to save her yet again. But deep down is in danger and show up to save her yet again. But deep she prayed for Sunset to somehow know she was in danger and show up to save her yet again. But deep she was in danger and show. Nope. That's gonna have to be as close as it can get. Up to save her yet again. But deep down, even she knew Sunset wasn't capable of hearing her pleas from miles away. She had to either fight or surrender. She had to either fight or surrender. I'd never surrender to a monster like you, she answered under her breath. Then pain is what you shall receive, mortal. Under her breath. Then pain is what you shall receive, mortal. The elite under her breath. Then pain is what you shall receive, mortal. The elite answered, following with the sound of the bus coming to a stop. Perfect timing. He added, don't worry. The next time you awake, you'll be one step closer to death at the hands of Lord Moleskin. Farewell. Oh, hang on. Mortal. He added, don't worry. The next time you awake, don't worry. The next time you awake, you'll be one step closer to death at the hands of Lord Moleskin. Farewell, mortal. Twilight turned.
Oh god, here we go again. Okay, I need to go see something real quick. Call me? What are you yelling at? Okay, just making sure. Sanitize my hands. God, this shit stinks. Like, if I gotta explain what it smells like cough syrup.
To see him. Mortal. Twilight turns to see him as.
Okay, here we go again. So we're just gonna skip ahead a little bit. And I look like I'm just cussing up a storm here.
He gripped the. Twilight turns to see him as she gripped the garlic spray. This fucking mouth noise is
Okay, this is the right take because I took a drink of water.
getting annoying. Twilight turns to see him as she gripped the garlic spray in her long hoodie pocket. He was a tall, pale-skinned man dressed in a black coat and blue jeans. His eyes disguised by sunglasses and hair being long and bleach blonde in color. He fit the description of a vampire lord very well. All he needed was black robes and a cane with some fancy... All he needed was black robes and a cane with some fancy emblem as a grip, and he would have fit it perfectly. All he needed was black robes and a cane with some fancy emblem as a grip, and he would have fit it perfectly. Time to go to sleep, dear. No. Time to go to sleep, dear. No. Time to go to sleep, dear. He stated, lifting his right arm to... Time to go to sleep, dear. He stated, lifting his right arm to strike. Then he stopped instantly. Then he stopped instantly. Then he stopped instantly. And until Twilight looked toward the until Twilight looked toward the center column of the bot. And until Twilight looked toward the center column of the bus, did she realize why. Standing in the center of the bus was a hooded Why? Standing in the center of the bus was a hooded sunset shimmer, her face barely visible in the light of the bus. Twilight was instantly surprised and relieved at the sight of her beloved. But then another thing caught her attention. The smell of garlic. Sunset had stunned the elite And what followed next made Twilight realize just how lethal Sunset really was. And what followed next made Twilight realize just... Sunset threw a punch that struck the side of the elite's face, throwing him through... realized just how lethal Sunset really was. Sunset threw a punch that struck the side of the elite's face, throwing him toward the back of the bus and breaking the hinges of the emergency exit. Throwing him toward the back of the bus and breaking the hinges of the emergency exit. Breaking the hinges of the emergency exit. And breaking the hinges of the emergency exit door. Twilight was stunned at the sight. Twilight was stunned at the... and breaking the bus and breaking the hinges of the emergency exit door. Twilight was stunned at the sight. Twilight was stunned at the... Twilight was stunned at the sight, up until she remembered what she did to the bear, kicking it through the bodies of healthy and thick trees. Sunset acted in quick succession, grabbing Twilight's hand and blazing down the aisle of the bus into the open world once again. None of the occupants of the bus had even seen the emergency exit being destroyed, because the impact and escape from the bus had happened in less than a second. They'd escaped unseen and without suspicion. Sunset carried Twilight over her shoulder as she ran undetected for miles. She knew the elite wasn't dead, and that wasn't what she was aiming for. But that wasn't what she was aiming for. All she wanted was... She knew the elite wasn't dead, and that wasn't what she was aiming for. But that wasn't what she was aiming for. And that wasn't what she was aiming for. But that wasn't what she was aiming for. Dead, but that wasn't what she was aiming for. All she wanted wasn't dead, but that wasn't what she was aiming for. All she wanted wasn't dead, but that wasn't what she was aiming for. All she wanted was Twilight by her side again. All she wanted was Twilight by her side once again. All she wanted was Twilight by her side once again. She ran until she knew she couldn't be tracked by the elite. She ran until she knew she couldn't be tracked by the elite, stopping in an alleyway and letting Twilight back onto her feet. Twilight was a little disoriented from the speedy escape, but her happiness overshadowed it, happy to be with Sunset once again. However, once she saw Sunset more clearly, a small tinge of fear and confusion made her hesitate in embracing her. She saw that Sunset's eyes were now golden, and her usual calm demeanor was hesitate in embracing her. She saw that Sunset's eyes were now golden, and her usual calm demeanor was embracing her. She saw that Sunset's eyes were now golden, and her usual calm demeanor was absent. It frightened Twilight, feeling like Sunset was eyeing her as a meal rather than as a lover reunited with her beloved. Sunset eyeing her as a meal rather than as a lover reunited with her beloved. Sunset, why are your eyes golden? Sunset, why are your eyes golden? And why do you seem so predatory towards me? No, that's not fair. Sunset? Nope. Get that on point. Right there. Sunset? Why are your eyes golden? And why do you seem so predatory towards me? She spoke in fear. Huh? God damn it! Huh? spoke in fear. Huh? Sunset finally spoke. At the sight of seeing Twilight cowering in fear of her, Sunset felt Sunset felt her. Sunset felt tears build up. Oh my god. Sunset felt fear of her. Sunset felt tears build up, snapping back to reality. Oh my god. No. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, Twilight. No. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, Twilight. I'm so sorry, Twilight. I'm so sorry, Twilight. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, Twilight. She quickly stated. Twilight engulfed her in a hug of those words. Twilight engulfed her in a hug of those words, knowing Sunset was truly sorry. She wanted to cry at their reunion, but she held them back, knowing they weren't necessarily safe from harm and they had to remain cautious. I'm sorry for leaving you. No, I'm sorry for leaving you, Twilight stated. I'm sorry for leaving you. No, I'm sorry for leaving you. Oops. I'm sorry for leaving you, Twilight stated. Tears escaped Sunset's eyes as she pulled Twilight closer, reassuring Twilight in her current state. Don't be. No. Don't be. Sunset assured. You. Don't be. Sunset assured. You did all you could for both of us. There's no shame in that. I know, but I missed you so much. Twilight stammered. I know, but I missed you so much. Twilight stammered. Sunset felt a ping in her chest, knowing Twilight wasn't joking around. She still found it hard to believe that a human would have ever cared for her as much as Twilight did. Pulling away from Twilight, she ever cared for her as much as Twilight did. As much as Twilight did. As much as Twilight human would have ever cared for her as much as Twilight did. Human would have ever cared for her as much as Twilight did. Human would have ever cared for her. Human would have ever cared for her as much as much for her. Let's see if that does trick. As much as cared for her as much as Twilight did. Pulling away from Twilight, she pecked her beloved on her warm and soft lips. She pecked her beloved on her warm and soft lips. Her cold touch jolting Twilight. She pecked her beloved on her warm and soft lips. Her cold touch jolting Twilight's nerves. Twilight returns the subtle display of affection, feeling her sadness and guilt drift away in Sunset's presence. They pulled away and smiled at one another, up until Sunset broke the silence, knowing caution was still needed. Now what do we do, Sunset? Twilight questioned. Twilight questioned. We fly. She answered simply. I know a place we can go that the elite are most answered simply. I know a place we can go that the elite. She answered simply. I know a place we can go that the elite or moleskin won't even think about. And I think they can. And I think they can also help us. And I think they can also help us. It's not far from here. Having no better options and full trust in Sunset, Twilight agreed and took Sunset's hand. I trust you, Sunset. Whatever you have in mind, I'll follow it. Ripping through the cloth of the hoodie and extending her long and ripping through the cloth of the hoodie and extending her long and ragged wings, Sunset tightened her grip with Twilight's hand and pulled her closer to her chest. Then hang on and don't let go of me. Then hang on and don't let go of me. I have to fly fast to avoid being noticed by that elite. Twilight nodded as assurance. Then in a sudden flash of speed and gust of wind, Twilight found herself held in Sunset's chest above the clouds. For once, she was thankful she didn't have a fear of heights. For once, above the clouds. For once, she was thankful she didn't have a just above the clouds. For once, she was thankful she didn't have a fear of heights, knowing she was easily over 1,000 feet high in Sunset's embrace. She just held on and didn't let go up until they descended from the sky, down into a heavily wooded environment. The landing felt like a rush, and as much as the view and feel of the flight was incredible, she was happy to be back on the ground safely. Sunset released her beloved, then folded her wings back into the safety of the hoodie, quickly eyeing the area and surveying the entirety of the wood with her enhanced senses. She was relieved with her enhanced senses. She was relieved to know that the other occupants were either indoors or out hunting. Twilight. Twilight, I need you to stay here while I make our newest acquaintance aware of our presence. Sunset ordered with a serious tone. Aware of our presence. Sunset ordered with a serious tone. Twilight didn't argue. Okay. Didn't argue. Okay. She agreed simply. Sunset nodded. Should it be more than a minute or two? Should it be more than a minute or two? With that, Sunset disappeared into the thickets, up until she came to an ancient... Sunset disappeared into the thickets, up until she came to an ancient... tree just beyond... That, Sunset disappeared into the thickets, up until she came to an ancient tree just beyond Twilight... Up until she came to an ancient tree just beyond Twilight's vision. Up until she came to an ancient tree just beyond Twilight's vision. She approached the healthy trunk of the mass and knocked in a certain pattern that was specifically assigned as a and knocked in a certain pattern that was specifically knocked in a certain pattern and knocked healthy trunk of the mass and knocked in a certain pattern that was specifically assigned as a safety mechanism for Sunset's family. Silence followed the knocks, aside from the chitter-chatter of the woodland creatures speaking to one another amongst the foliage. Silence followed the knocks, aside from the chitter-chatter of the woodland creatures speaking to one another amongst the foliage. Eventually, a light pitter-patter of footsteps became audible from beyond the hollow door of the ancient mass. Sunset knew those steps well, and as they got closer, Sunset heard a familiar tune being hummed. One her mother once sang to her as a child. Silence. We're almost done. We're in the home stretch. Your tune being hummed. One her mother once sang to her as a child. The door began to creak open. Let's see if that does the trick. Revealing in her as a child. The door began to creak open, revealing in the doorway an average height woman with fiery red hair and glasses adorning her eyes. She was just as Sunset remembered her, from her hair that radiated in the sunlight to her outdated attire dressed with a very strong perfume. To her outdated attire dressed with a very strong perfume. Sunset? No. Sunset. Sunset? The woman squeaked excitedly. Sunset? The woman squeaked excitedly. What are you doing here, sweetie? Sunset giggled. No. Sunset giggled. Sunset giggled. It's good to see you too, Grandma. She greeted sweetly. My God. Ugh. Throat is... Okay. And chapter 7 is clean. Okay, save real quick. Export. That wasn't too bad, I'd say. That one's definitely going to be the most challenging chapter, definitely. It's not done, but chapter 7 is done. This whole project, no, it's not done yet. Part 2 is sitting in private. This will be part 3, but I have one more chapter to go for part 3. Then there will be 3 more. So this will probably be the shortest part there is. This will be probably the shortest part in the entire series. Well, I don't know about that. 3, 4, 5. So I'll probably say about 50 minutes. And the next chapter, I don't know. We'll be pretty damn close. I didn't pay attention to the length of chapter 6. Alright. Now we just go and upload her to my Google Drive. Ow. Oh, shut up, I know. Oh, that's the raw file. I was a little confused for a minute. Let's see, so I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I need 6 and 7. That one. Okay. And with that, I think we're done for today. So, that wasn't too bad. It was actually kind of fun. Kinda. But, it was fun talking to everybody. I would have gotten probably these 2 done yesterday if I didn't have to go grocery shopping, but I don't know. If I feel good tomorrow, I'll probably be back to finish the cleaning process and maybe start, but I don't know. How many, like, effects are there in this? Probably not that much. I don't know. We'll see. But anyways, stay tuned if you want to join in on another stream, probably tomorrow. But, I don't know. Life is unpredictable. So thank you for joining, and I will see you all next time. Happy horrors until then. Oops, I'm on the wrong page. Boink.